Yeah, with no gloves. It's great. 11, 10. 10. 10. For me it says 10. Could be as low as 5 degrees. That's at night though. God, I just want to die.
How are we gonna cover the bags?
I think let's cover it fully and we'll rip a hole.
Okay.
And let's rip a hole. These are points on. I think these are points on.
It's not really covering anything.
Okay, take it off now.
I'll put it on over the bag.
So that material.
Check.
Your microphone is there, right?
Mike said I'll drop it underneath the scaffolding.
Give it to me now, man.
I was just waiting to check what the weather was going to be. It's already a bit wet. Yeah, maybe where you are.
Just got it.
John, personally, I wouldn't just stay quiet. I would have to say something. Did you say by mercy? I don't think so. But she's looking for that lovely moustache, boss. For sure. She doesn't have thumbs, boss. She doesn't have thumbs.
Lock me up cause I've been bad and I know I'll do it again. You're the best I ever had, I'm guilty, I confess. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal. So call us criminals, criminals. Call us criminals, criminals. I've been stealing all your time, but I know that's what you want. I swear the way you blow my mind should be against the law. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on.
Check this out.
Country Life Properties, a boutique real estate company specializing in sales of equestrian properties, sale of residential, agricultural, and country lifestyle estates in the Greater Kyalami area. With years of experience in promoting the country lifestyle, Country Life Properties is proud to be affiliated with the Kaya Lami Equestrian Park. Baloo Country Estate is a secure estate offering 22 kilometers of scenic bridle trails. We provide country estates to suit all your requirements. Extended family living, work from home, or just escape the hustle and bustle. A variety of equestrian properties are offered for the keen equestrian. Contact us or visit our website and let us find the right property for you.
Welcome to Northrand Animal Clinic. I'm Dr. Mike Ross. My partner here is Dr. Mike Last. Northrand Animal Clinic has been present on this site since 1994. We offer more than 100 years of equine experience. Every aspect of equine veterinary work, from lameness workups to sick horses, colics, and we have a full suite of surgical procedures. Our one speciality is that we spend a lot of time looking at lameness and lameness workups. We also have access to MRI and scintigraphy, a full range of orthobiologic treatment, a full range of ambulatory services, and then we offer a full veterinary appraisal prior to auction. And we've been doing this for a couple of studs for 5 or 6 years. We operate in all fields of equines, including racing, show jumping, dressage, cross-country, and even some endurance work. Northrand Animal Clinic is and would like to remain one jump ahead in the sport horse health industry.
Your passion is our passion at Midfeeds and Tack and Tugs. Where we lead, others follow.
maybe can Mr. Range Rover bring me a battery? For some reason, my
It's now closed for inspection. Of course, now closed for inspection. We're looking to get our first class underway with 132 phase competition. Course information before we do. Your first phase is 200 meters in length, time allowed 35 seconds. Second phase, 290 meters, time allowed 50 seconds. A reminder that one has scratched, so the first horse in is number 2, Maru Raider, on the Jensen event, California Antos. Will then be followed by 3, Michelle Fleming, Plastic Colors of Master Dash Lee Royden, and Ron Maley, and number 4, Forsyth Merlin.
is that good?
We're looking for our first rider in for these tomorrow. Comes on number 2, this is their California Antos. Combination break first will take the salute on behind half the class. Stand by, Michelle Fleming, Plastic Colors Master Dash Lee Royden. Tomorrow will be the second salute. Thank you very much. Good luck and go well tomorrow. Waiting in at number 2, this is Jensen at California Antos on 132 phase.
Six strides down to the Calder Hill jump at number 3. They swing back to this blue and yellow double here by us Rogues.
Yes, and the theme of yesterday, very little filler in. This is a wonderful demo horse to watch go round. He's just amazing. She's done an amazing job with him, this son of Lissabon.
Tam canters gently on the 9 down there to 5. That has quite a decorative aquarium board underneath it, and then we see those 2 wavy planks at number 6.
The light is good this morning. Govert boasted, Govert Triggle, the 334 stud owner, boasted that this arena can take unlimited amounts of rain. Got a fair bit of rain last night, and it's looking right. It sounds firm, it looks good.
I think the arena better for having had all that rain.
Yes, yes.
And 7 to the last. Leantos looking a picture. He's back in form, he's back in the ring and doing what he does best, jumping clear rounds.
He is just marvellous. They have an amazing partnership, and credit to Tamara for hanging in with how naughty he was as a young horse, because he was a wild young horse. So number 3, Michelle Fleming, Plastic Colours Master Batch, Lee Royden. Michelle, a very keen, very high standard amateur. She works in her parents' business, Plastic Colours. This is a Gran Dorado Ferragamo, 9-year-old gelding, an import. Of course, Michelle, very involved with her horses. A wonderful preparer, manager, a very thorough person. She leaves nothing to chance. Also, jumping kind of a demo round.
Lee Royden looked a little green yesterday, and already today looking much more settled.
And that sort of error from him will be a green error. There's people moving behind on the stands, and it can take the young horse's attention away so easily.
Steadies on the 8 to that water tray.
Huge stride, and he makes a lot of ground.
Seven to the last. Really good riding from Michelle. Good horsemanship, horsewomanship. Bringing a horse on like that from day to day. Shows like these, I think, when you get to jump consecutive days, Rogan, the horses really do come on.
They really do, and you often feel it at the next show. The horses just,
yes,
here's the job of work, and they know what to do. Grant Langley, your former mentor, number 4. Forsyth Merlin. Casper, out of a Balabé de Rouet mare, 7-year-old gelding. And you know loads about Casper, the sire of this horse.
Yeah, Grant and Carl have used Casper very successfully in their breeding program, and you can see why, the way he jumps number 1. I think very highly of the stallion. He's bred horses that have amazing rideability, amazing temperaments, and have already, in the early stages of the breeding program, having used him, we've already seen the first Caspers jumping up to the 140s. So,
and he's going a little high. He looked at that and went high over it. So on just 4 penalties.
That distance from 6 to 7, Rogan, Stacey Weston and myself walked it quite a few times. It's either a very committed 8 or slightly wider 9. Saw Grant waiting on the 9.
Yeah, really, the picture of the first couple of horses that we've seen, they've settled to the arena. Light is good, it's cool and fresh, and going looks super. There was a lot of attention to the going yesterday, and more regular arena preparations throughout the day. It takes a little time, but it's so worth it.
James Kane Berman goes next, number 5. It's Selahoff Cascada.
Selahoff, the stud prefix of Dominion Karen Alexander. James Kane Berman, a farmer from the Middelburg area. And this is by Capital Cascord out of an Optimum Thunder Wellington mare.
I said yesterday, when James is on it, he's on it. And this is looking like a good round as he goes over number 5 and starts the time section to this 2-phase competition. So he's come inside that wall. Oh, risk and reward, makes the inside turn, but the horse has the front rail. The horse already looking much more settled than yesterday, Rogan.
All the horses have jumped so far this morning have looked like they've settled in a really good way. James rhythmical and smooth, and just the pull down.
Confident and forward, just coming undone a little bit at the front rail there at number 6. But like I said, risk and reward. Sometimes you make those inside turns, they pay off, you win the class. Other days you finish on 4 faults. James looks pretty pleased though with how the horses come on.
Farnham for Gold by Callahose for Joy out of a Eudokia's mare. Horse that's possessed of a super canter.
Second rider early on that we've seen find the front rail there of number 2.
It draws the horses in deep, or the riders wait a little and get deep. The South African tradition at this stage is to name horses with the initial of the sire.
I don't know if you're paying attention there, Rogan. Lorette just hacked down on 8 strides in this 9-stride distance.
Big
from
striding
4 to
horse.
5. Yeah.
That'll be very useful in the future.
Amazing what they find spooky, Rogan. I mean, if you were to walk this track, that horse cantered down to number 5, that aquarium filler underneath, you would think that's terrifying. He jumped it no problem. And then a little black and white plank underneath a simple vertical. He took a little bit of offense to.
I agree with you. It looks innocuous, but just not to him. So that little spook at the panel will cost her time penalties, and time has tightened up so much.
Time allowed for that second section of the course, Rogan, 50 seconds flat.
And penalties.
So Lorette will have a handful, coming home in a time of 75.01. I'm always so impressed with Lorette, the way she can take the pressure off. Like when the round hasn't gone according to plan, she really just lets the horses school around, does her best to let them finish on a good note. Another lady who just as tactful, Tracy Khan, she goes next. She brings in Emerald Isle Khaleesi.
So we've gone down to number 10, and this is Progeny of Canaan out of an Always One mare. Tracy gets deep, but the horse clears it. We've seen a couple of horses not get that quite right. That was super.
Horse really put in extra effort. Cleared the jump by some distance.
This horse has a stylish jump.
Sticks to the steady 9, 4 to 5.
She squares up for the start of the speed section.
I think as we saw yesterday, Rogan, if the riders and horses can put together clear rounds here at Waterwoods, they seem to be in the prizes. Horses just familiarizing themselves with the arena, so our clear round percentages haven't been that high. So I think when the riders are it's just all about sort of responsible riding. That surprisingly is the first horse that I've seen have a look at that wall. Even in the familiarization class, I mean, I thought that wall was going to be quite a spooky element for the horses, and in 2 days, that's the first horse that I've seen have a look at it.
That was really interesting. The horse had a real spook. Let's see what it does second time, and
no problems.
Yeah, done. Tracy presses hard to that last related distance.
So leaves all the poles up, just the one little spook at that wall at fence 10.
Yep, and
Will be costly in terms of the score that she finishes on. However, I think a really good round. You see Tracy giving the horse a big pat as she walks out.
The production of horses, you'll know, is a long, slow thing, and there are many ups and downs and lefts and rights during the production of any young horse.
Barry Taylor goes next. It's number 11, Hope van Orshoff. Riding for daughter Ashley Taylor.
Now let's see what Barry's strategy is. If he's riding it, he thinks his daughter needed help with the horse from the results yesterday. Let's see how competitive he's going to be if he goes clear. So he was on the inside line there and got a fraction deep.
I didn't get to see this horse jump yesterday, Rogan, but if you mentioned they may have had a difficult round.
Yes.
So this would all be about just giving the horse confidence. Not a bad B-team jockey, Barry, to sort of sub in.
No, exactly.
And show your horse around the track.
He'll be more focused on pressing the horse and giving it confidence than worrying about whether he delivers a clear round. What it does look like is, and the class will change during the course of the morning, but it looks like a neat clear is going to see you have a very good result.
Absolutely. I think that's been the trend of the show so far. So at the moment, our horse that went out as a trailblazer, Regenesis Vet Calaho Liantos, Tamara Rueda, giving us our only clear of the competition so far in a second phase time of 48.58. So that's what these riders will be looking to hunt down. Looking to do just that. Up next, it's James Lowe, Capital Corland, Tam Rueda's partner. Dominique just getting the arena party to readjust the top rail of number 2. And luckily so, because as they touched the fence, that rail fell down. So with everything ready, James sets off. This lovely son of Corland.
Wonderful stallion, Corland, and a success wherever he's used in a pedigree. Good ride to number 2. That's the ride you want. Rhythmical and slightly forward. Just on an anecdotal level, one of the first really big international horse shows we got to watch was around the time of the arrival of democracy, was the World Championships at The Hague. There were 88 horses selected from all over the world there, so some of the better horses in the world. And of the 88, 8 spooked, stopped, napped, and it was such a shock to us coming from South Africa with what we rode then, thoroughbreds.
That's the second horse to have a good look, and in fact I would go as far as saying the third horse, because Michelle Fleming's horse also had a look at that number 7.
Yes, number 7 is going to...
looks like could be one of the spookier fences. Sorry, Rogan, I cut you off.
No, you're exactly right to highlight that, because that is going to cause trouble, or has caused trouble early on.
Must say I'm excited for James. It's been a long time since he's had a horse of this quality in his string. Remember him as a very young man, jumping around derbies and big classes. Ooh, do you remember the Big Bay horse? It'll come to me. My brain's been a bit slow down here in the cold Midlands. Foggy mind.
Yes.
Match the weather. But yeah, James jumped some fantastic classes on that horse. And it's looking like with Corland in his string, he's going to be back to where he belongs in no time.
I agree with you. That's got to be going to have a big future. Domini and Copacabana, a 7-year-old by Calestis out of a Laudanus mare. This is a stallion, and when you see Domini riding a stallion, it's highly likely that they'll be wanting to breed with it or use it in their breeding program at Sellerhof.
Again, another horse bred by the team at Sellerhof. Always think for the riders and breeders and owners, it's so rewarding when you manage to breed a horse of this caliber. You breed them, you back them, you produce them. And when they make their way into the open grades, it's always very rewarding and exciting,
massively gratifying.
And there's that little bit of extra connection with the horse, I always feel.
Yes. So, traditionally, the thoroughbreds could duck out of a fence.
How amazing was that ride, that inside turn?
Beautiful.
So Domini's putting together a good round here. Clear so far. He'll be hunting down that time of Tamruaders, 48.58. This horse really has come on in leaps and bounds. Domini started travelling the horse, I would say, halfway or towards the end of last year. Tight as you like, back to the wall.
Very tight.
Presses up to the last, 41. Timing equipment hasn't stopped just yet. 41.74, so shaving some 7 seconds off Tamruaders' time.
A delighted Domini, and into the lead.
You can see just how pleased he is with that round.
Now watch this experienced, neat lady. Tegan Brains on Air Holidays Callagher Luca Vella by Lissabon, out of Ravella by Ramiro.
Horse that possesses that classical Lissabon technique. Another rider gets sucked in a little deep there, but she reacts well and the horse shows his care.
Some of the best riding when a rider looks like they're not doing much. And this is a great example of that. This lady sits still, she's smooth, makes the horses look easier than they probably are. Wasn't that smooth? Beautiful start to her speed section.
Another horse that has a little look at
He did have a
blank,
look, didn't
but
he?
she pressed him up and
You heard her say, come on.
he responded well.
How close is she going to get to Domini, or is she going to go ahead of him?
She's going
Watch this
inside.
turn.
Yep.
He looked at that, but she kept cool.
Big press to the last, and she's quicker. 38.33. So as we go on in this class, they get quicker and quicker.
Highly
3 seconds.
competitive.
Some
Exactly.
3 seconds faster than Dom.
Highly competitive round.
Someone who'll know how to go as quick
So
as that.
another speedster. Nariska Prinsloo. GSS Max's Fantastique NPS by Valentino out of Graf Spanikmare. Graf Spanik giving the grey colour. Was a famous Hanoverian stallion back in the day and was widely used. And then as it gets further from them, you see the name less and less.
Nariska was unlucky yesterday. She had very quick times with a soft rail on a few of the horses that she didn't really deserve. So I often talk about it on a law of averages. Given her normal form, she'll be quick and clear over the next few days.
This is quick so far.
She makes the inside turn, and quickly as well. She's going to go
That was
bowling
fast.
into the lead. 35.31.
Into the lead it is, yeah.
Again, 3 seconds faster than Tegan Brains. So in 3 riders, we've got 9 seconds quicker into the lead.
Fantastic. Now let's see what Jason does, because this is one of the form horses of this division, and very quick.
I chatted to Jason yesterday. He was second in that 130 class, Rogan, and he said he thought he'd done enough yesterday to take the win. So
it was very competitive.
But knowing this horse as well with Jason, I don't know that he'll be flat out today, because the horses do jump again tomorrow.
We're going to see.
So it'll be interesting to see, because he often will take his foot off the pedal a little bit the day before championship day. When I say that, he usually finishes, you know, 5th instead of 1st when he does that. He'll still keep the inside turns, but he's not going to let the horse gallop on too much. I think that's what we've called
that
here.
was smooth and good.
I think it's exactly what he's doing here.
Beautiful riding there. Nariska did that turn, I think, on 7 strides. So he's 2 strides slower than that. And
37.64 goes into second place in the early stages of this class, but I promise you now, that was Jason Phillips and Callao Fandango in 3rd gear.
Yes.
Definitely around where he's thinking of schooling, putting back in the tank before championship day.
Yes.
Rogan, a horse that you were jumping off your seat about yesterday. Up next, it's Laura Neal and Tilu FZ.
I've gone. Oh, right, John. Thank you. So the horse is interesting in that he swings his hindquarters to the left in the air. All the horses have their own jumping style, and they develop an individual style. Yeah, he really is something. He's got lots of motor, Sten.
Looks like there's a lot of blood, a lot of energy to deal with there. I remember in his early days, he was very, very playful. Remember him in the arena with Barry Taylor, Laura's instructor.
Did she finesse that moment perfectly? Had a little spook or little excitement, and she stays smooth and cool and rides forwards.
Opting to go around. This obviously a less experienced horse than the last 3 or 4 that we've seen.
Very new in this division.
Presses up to the last in the 7 and comes home clear. Time of 42.89.
And him with his ears pricked. Super.
Good enough to go into 5th place. With 13 having started, our clear round percentage rate this morning looking very healthy at 46%.
This horse was super yesterday. Callao Chinnigan, the 7-year-old by Chin Chin out of a Heartbreaker mare. In the saddle, Gareth Neal. I imagine he'll have a competitive, conservative round. Both of us just keeping quiet and enjoying the horse.
Yeah, I think sometimes the picture's worth 1,000 words that don't need to be spoken.
Absolutely.
Eats up the ground on that inside line 8. Gets there easily. Was that your 7 strides, I think?
Now 10 now.
10.
Yes. He went slightly wider. He went down to the red brick wall.
Clear in 42.73, so racking up the clear rounds here this morning.
Into 5th place.
Bumps his wife Laura Neal down into 6th.
Chinnigan is slightly more experienced than Lara's Gray.
By about 2 weeks. I think both of them very new to this level.
Yeah.
So, yeah, fantastic effort from those two youngsters. From the Paddock Wood stables.
Yeah, they have a wonderful setup south of Johannesburg and an indoor arena so that if they work all day, they can still train at night. And they're a very hard-working crowd, the entire Neal clan.
Number 20 goes next. It's Moon Zapper with Alexandra Wexler Snow.
If you'll indulge me, and this goes clear, let's count the number of strides she puts round the track. Not, of course, not in the first section, but it'll be interesting to see. Very positive lady. Housewife, mother, journalist.
And a pretty good show jumping jockey to boot as well.
That's the first one to have a moment at number 5. Other horses have looked at it, but they've just gone higher.
We saw him also a little bit reluctant, I think, already at number 2, the Oxer.
Okay.
He seemed to work a little bit hard at that Oxer. No problem second time round.
He's a hot horse. You see him surging when at the fences when he thinks he knows what he's focused on. You watch, he locks on, and it was nice and smooth. That's the second stop, so they're out at the 2 spooky fences, 5 and that wall. And we talked about the wall not causing trouble, and now it's caused trouble twice.
It's turned off by itself, but it has power from the actual wall. And it's all that.
The replanting of these just related fence against number 10, the wall.
This division, the 130s, was last night's last class, or last evening's last class, and then straight again this morning. And I see a number of riders have elected not to compete this morning. The Bronze Tour final is tomorrow afternoon, so some riders will be wanting to leave their tanks full for that.
Oscar Nube up next. He brings in Svekile Savage van het Hulsbos.
Definitely a tongue exercise going on here.
My pronunciation not as well refined as yours, Rogan.
Yeah, we all got to dig deep a bit to work out these extraordinary European names. This pair are number 74 on the program. So Oscar obviously asking to go early to give him time to help either his customers, his wife, or prepare other horses that he has in this division.
Been interesting, Rogan, to see how often that number 6 has fallen, the front rail of that trout jump.
Yes. Drawing the horses and riders in a little bit deep, and then they touch the front rail on the way up. So often when a rails goes down, the rider takes a foot off the accelerator and just continues as a schooling exercise. A lady who hails from Zimbabwe is number 23, Joanne Roberts. And she brings in Jirocco Utfrankrijk as a Rocco Blue out of a mare by Zandigo.
Yippee, as he's more affectionately known, and you can tell just why. He looks like he loves his job. We saw him piloted by John Bauer yesterday to finish in the prizes.
Big horse for a slightly smaller woman.
But Rogan, I think as well, he's so modern. He's almost thoroughbred looking.
Agreed.
Plenty of blood, plenty of rideability. He can be a little cheeky and playful, but the jumping he loves. And I think he finds the jumping very easy.
Very easy.
He's figured out how to use his body in the right ways.
Got loads of stride, very good technique. And you watch him, once he clocks where he's going.
Snaffle mouth.
Calmly gets in the air. So nice.
Joanne had a nasty tumble just under a year ago, probably 11 months ago, where she was badly concussed. So really good to see her back at this level, enjoying her show jumping so much. Gets away with a little rub at the back of that double. Yep, he's got his ears pricked.
Very good businesswoman, Joanne, and absolutely passionate rider. I think when she breathes, she thinks about horses.
6-7. What a super round. Clear in a time of 50.56, finishing just outside that time allowed, but she'll be elated with that. Yippee is a superstar, he really is, but he can also lie down at the tap fitting at home when he walks past its booking. So for him to take all this in here in this arena, I think she'll be very pleased with that.
Super. Kirsten Wynne-Smith, Locarno Matador, from the Locarno stud in Namibia, the project of the late Klaus Koch. Wonderful gentleman and a passionate breeder of horses. And you see the name Locarno all over the South African equestrian scene.
Another horse, Rogan, that looked slightly green yesterday, and yet, well, nearly jinxed her, and yet looking much, much more settled here today.
Kirsten's super at that number 5. The horse had a spook, and she growls at it a bit, squeezes, and it resolves successfully. He also looked at that.
Funny, they seem to be spooking at the black section of the plank on the right, because every single one of the horses has shifted to the left. Every single one of the horses
I think you were
that have
giving me
spooked.
gears about horses' vision and eye and what have you yesterday, Sten.
To be honest, I
Intense
wasn't
gears,
really. What I was trying to figure out is, I've heard from so many people that they see things differently to us, but no one can really put their finger on exactly what the difference is. Is it color? Is it shape? Is it? And you gave me some educated feedback saying that the horses see a little bit, you said, with the sound waves bouncing off objects.
I'm not sure I'm going to dignify you with a response.
Okay.
So we go with Jessica Jane Willem on Duno Baita by Quaid out of a mare by Marion Hoff, Seducer. Seducer's the thoroughbred stallion they used in Namibia that went all the way back to Noble Chieftain, who stood so successfully here in South Africa as a racing sire. Of course, Jessica Jane from born and bred down the road. Now, teasing you about the vision, if you don't mind me, they're referred to as monochromatic. So they see more in the way that we would see a black and white photo.
Okay.
It does seem that certain colors are more intense for them or to them. Bright yellow, white. And then patterns like this That SeaWorld pattern can distract a horse easy peasy. She's doing a good job.
Well, I was busy trying to figure out what I hadn't been told about horses' vision. Kirsten Wynn just went tinkling around there on her young horse, new to this 130 division, clear round to go into 7th place.
No,
early
super.
stages of this competition.
Let's see what Jessica does here.
I think a big part of Jessica's job with this horse is to always keep a lid on him. You can get quite spiced up. She looks like she's got it right today. That she does. Comes home clear, 45 seconds flat.
Yeah, easy jumping.
Into 7th place with 19 having started.
Going down a little bit. Who have we got there? All back. Oh, thank you. Number 22, Amy Cave, Callao Latina. A German dealer told me you get 2 kinds of Argentinuses, hot ones and cold ones, and you want the hot ones. Argentinus features on the dam line of this horse, and there'd be plenty of blood and quality about that, like that. And that horse make a good plan when she got deep.
Unfortunately, sometimes when you do get deep like that, it's hard to get down the next distance.
Absolutely.
Can you hear a trainer revving her on from the side? No problem, second time round. Goes in the 8 strides down to 5.
Nice model of a horse with a very good canter.
And a beautiful face.
Yes.
Like we've come to expect from the Lissabons. Always loads of white to go around.
Yes. And you'd go a long way to find a better looking horse than he was. It was a real oil painting of a horse. We hear the tractors revving, so there's going to be an arena rake. Part of the wonderful attention to detail and the striving for perfect facilities here at Govert Triggle's 334 stud.
And Rogan, I think you mentioned striving for perfection, and that there's been no lack of effort in achieving. The attention to this going in the arena has been outstanding. They really have put everything into it. So as we boast about that, we're going to give the arena party a chance just to have their rake around here. I think it'll be a short rake break, about 5 minutes. And then we'll be back with our viewers shortly. The next horse to go
will be somewhere in the region of 26 or 27. Karen Sander, Liam Stevens, or Unruh Bosman.
Lock me up 'cause I've been bad and I know I'll do it again. You're the best I ever had, I'm guilty, I confess. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. Must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal. So call us criminals, criminals. Call us criminals, criminals. I've been stealing all your time, but I know that's what you want. I swear the way you blow my mind should be against the law. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well, it must be illegal. Must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well, it must be illegal.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on.
Check this out.
Country Life Properties, a boutique real estate company specializing in sales of equestrian properties, sale of residential, agricultural, and country lifestyle estates in the Greater Kyalami area. With years of experience in promoting the country lifestyle, Country Life Properties is proud to be affiliated with the Kyalami Equestrian Park. Baloo Country Estate is a secure estate offering 22 kilometers of scenic bridle trails. We provide country estates to suit all your requirements. Extended family living, work from home, or just escape the hustle and bustle. A variety of equestrian properties are offered for the keen equestrian. Contact us or visit our website and let us find the right property for you.
Welcome to Northrand Animal Clinic. I'm Dr. Mike Ross. My partner here is Dr. Mike Last. Northrand Animal Clinic has been present on this site since 1994. We offer more than 100 years of equine experience. Every aspect of equine veterinary work, from lameness workups to sick horses, colics, and we have a full suite of surgical procedures. Our one speciality is that we spend a lot of time looking at lameness and lameness workups. We also have access to MRI and scintigraphy, a full range of orthobiologic treatment, a full range of ambulatory services, and then we offer a full veterinary appraisal prior to auction. And we've been doing this for a couple of studs for 5 or 6 years. We operate in all fields of equines, including racing, show jumping, dressage, cross-country, and even some endurance work. Northrand Animal Clinic is and would like to remain one jump ahead in the sport horse health industry.
Your passion is our passion at Midfeeds and Tack and Togs. Where we lead, others follow.
Looking for our first rider in after the race break, 100 Wattsman's Calico Bakara. Following him, we take Tracy Farland, 28, Emerald Isle Kilgara, and then number 29, Isabella Saunders, MRM Sport Calico Currado.
So, viewers, welcome back. The arena is ready. And kicking us off after that rake break, we have Unruh Bosman. Number 27, it's Kalaho Bakara.
This is an 8-year-old by Bolzano de Quince out of an Accord mare. And Unruh developing into a really lovely rider. He's acquiring some very good mileage. He and his brother have got some super warm bloods.
Trained by very capable Anton Hook, who has produced so many good pony and junior riders.
Oh, did you see Unruh be strong there? The horse had a good look, and he squeezed until the horse left the ground.
Unfortunately, the front rail going down, but I think the fact that he got the horse confidently over number 5, job well done. I was just chatting to Lara off air, Rogan. She said her horse, we saw him having a little spook at number 7. The terminology she used was he spatchcocked over number 7. Yeah, that'll take your breath away, comments like that.
And you can totally relate to the feeling that their belly gets low to the arena and they're going, oh, I don't want to do this.
Yeah, good over the last.
Mist has come down again and the light is slightly less good than when the class began at 8 o'clock. But I agree with you, they're going significantly more positive today than yesterday.
And it shows, Rogan. We've got 42% clear rounds so far from 21 starters. So just shy of half our class. Finding Bernardo's course quite pleasing this morning.
If you thought of adjectives for Bernardo's design, delicate, sensitive, and friendly, without being ever giving anything away.
We throw in there very educated building.
Yeah, totally. It's a gift to course design. People can put up jumps, and some people are course designers, and Bernardo would be a course designer.
It's an art, Rogan, and I think
totally.
When you talk about the arts, it's something that people are born with.
Yeah,
Yes, you can train on and you can improve if you don't have great feel, but
yes.
I think that the truly good course designers, they're born with that feel for how to place jumps and what works and what doesn't work.
Very much.
There's also obviously a lot of academic to it as well. There's information that they have.
Tracy Khan and her husband Pierre breed horses in Shangweni area. The stud is called the Emerald Isle Stud, and this is Emerald Isle Kilgara by Kanan out of Noise 1 mare.
I think a horse that I've seen a bit more of than you, Rogan, but yesterday you mentioned that you really liked the look. He looks like he's got all the attributes to be a top show jumper.
Yes, he looks cool in his brain, very positive.
Has a calmness about the way he goes, and yet you can see there's a lot of blood there.
Often they'll look down at the spooky equipment and then leave a leg behind like then and just touch that rail off.
Kilgara still only an 8-year-old, so very young horse, and as we've mentioned, the Kanans often taking a little longer in their production.
Yes, and you see him sporting a yellow ribbon in his tail, indicating to the rest of the showgrounds and other competitors that he's a stallion, and the riders are alert to that and give the horses a little more space.
Also, they should. Seven to the last.
What a nice, promising young horse.
He really is exciting for their stud, I do believe.
Now we go to number 30, Isabella Saunders. And she brings in MRM Supports Callagher Corrado. This pair were clear yesterday afternoon. This is a 7-year-old from the Callagher stud by Carnival Asia out of an Escudo mare.
You spoke a little bit to me yesterday off air, Rogan. You were saying you really believe in this horse. You think he's a rock star.
Yeah, he's a super horse. He's just a 7-year-old. Isabella's done a very good production job. She's done it herself from the beginning, and quite rare for a young teenage girl to produce a warm blood from the farm to this level. It's an achievement.
That old phrase of green plus green equals black and blue definitely does not ring true here with this pair, because
No.
would it be fair in me saying when she acquired this horse, Rogan, she was still relatively green as a rider, hadn't jumped up the grades yet?
No, not at all.
I think that speaks volumes to the horse's temperament and rideability.
Absolutely, and like many warm bloods, he can really buck. If you saw him buck properly, your eyes would water.
7 to the last, so just the 4 faults.
Very presentable outing and gaining invaluable mileage.
So we've had a little bit of a drought now of clear rounds. So we move along into this class. Verdant Capital's Hamlet and Tanya Strauss will take no part. It looks like we're going to have Chad Hogan, number 31. He brings in Emerald Isle Bacardi.
Another horse bred at the Khan Stud by Bentley van der Heffink out of an Emerald Isle mare by Sandor.
Chad, a very stylish rider. See breeder Pierre Khan watching on closely from the stands.
And while speaking about breeders, at any given time there are more riders on the outside of the arena watching than on the inside. And to understand what I mean is that there are more riders than good horses. Good horses are very tough to find, and you're only in it when you're on something good and something competitive. You can be as talented as you like. If you're riding a talentless horse, you show nothing.
I think that's a bit the beauty of our sport, Rogan.
Yes, it's a huge partnership story.
Oh, also the heartbreak of our sport sometimes.
Yes.
But I think for a breeder like Pierre to be able to see his horse be so expertly piloted around a track like that, lovely day out. Clear round. I said we'd had a bit of a drought, Rogan.
And it
Well,
returns.
the drought is over.
Yeah, into 5th place. Very presentable, Chad Hogan.
James Kane Berman goes next. It's number 33, Callao Chilton.
Do you remember Chiletto?
I do. You had a lot of praise for him yesterday here, Rogan.
And I think he only stood a few seasons at Callao. And what a shame that we didn't see more of them, because if there were other Chilettos were going to be like this, we could really use a talented stallion like this.
So far, James's 2 horses that we've seen go so far this morning looking much more relaxed, much more at home here in this Waterwoods arena. Oh, and I do believe that's the same rail that he had on his earlier ride, Rogan.
Yes.
Risk and reward, I
Yeah.
spoke about it earlier.
Yeah. Getting in closer than he would have liked and having that front rail down. And then he goes round that jump to the second last fence because he's no longer a contender with a pole down.
So despite that single blemish on the record for James today, I think a much, much, much improved round from that horse, looking much more relaxed, much less frantic. You see James giving him a big, big pat. Some very stylish, fast riding there by James today.
He's a quality animal.
And lovely
All
to
round.
look at as well. Hey,
yeah,
Rogan.
yeah. Helen Kritikos on her big horse, Callao Concavella, by Concariano, out of a Lissabon mare that would be out of Ravella, that fantastic mare of Callagher's.
We mentioned yesterday, Concavella definitely not the usual type that we see Helen riding, Liberia and Forcabelle. Smaller, hotter types. But she's just showing her class here that she can ride all different types.
Yes. Big horse, a long striding horse. And it's testimony to horse's willingness that a girl or woman this small can motivate a horse this big. And it really is about the horse's accessibility. They're amazing creatures that forgive us so much. So the pearl down jumping out of the double, and now another pearl down.
You think fair in me saying late rails in the course, Rogan?
Yes.
For a big young horse. Still hard for them to keep it all together for 12 fences, so still learning how to control his body over so many fences, but definitely heading in the right direction, that production job.
I wonder if she's doing the right thing, thinking about selling him. She may very well need him in the future. And he'd be worth a bucket of money now with that promise at this stage, that size, that age, that pedigree. Jason Phillips again. He's near the top of the rankings with his earlier ride, now on Callagher Colato. A Corinth out of a Pedinas mare. And you're connected to both sides of this pedigree sten.
I think that Pedinas mare has been so successful.
Yes.
Was her name Zidria?
Yes.
We saw a Concoriano out of Zidria with James White that jumped the 6-bar and jumped,
yes.
I think, definitely a Grand Prix. I think
yes.
possibly even a World Cup.
Yes,
with James.
Horse.
And I know that there is one standing at ebb and flow in PE at the moment by Cartier called Remington out of that same mare.
Right.
He is for sale. I know I'm doing a bit of punting here, but I
yes.
got to ride the horse, and I must say, I think if anyone is looking for a superstar youngster, that guy's got big classes written all over him. Remington. And you can see why. If he's anything like his sibling here, Colato, he's going to be a rock star.
Isn't this a nice horse?
I might be speaking out of turn. I don't think so, though. I think Jason and this horse were very, very successful in the Young Horse Performance Series. Won a lot of the legs. And you can see just why.
Yeah, that's a good partnership there. Jason, Corinth, and Pedinas. Pedinas, the son of Heartbreaker.
As we sit comfortably under our gazebo here, Rogan, the rain starts to fall a little harder out in the open there. See Clem de Santos, new local here on the viewing deck, not looking too perturbed by the cold. Just a little puffer jacket, long sleeve work shirts underneath. I obviously don't feel the cold here in the Midlands. I've got 3 puffers and a jersey on. And the only reason I only have 3 puffers and a jersey on is because I don't have 4 puffer jackets here.
Yeah, no, it is definitely fresh. Clement Bronwyn back from that, really what turned out a very successful trip to the Indoor World Cup final. Jethro Bauer, the Bergs, Callagher Lars by Larison out of a Clinton mare. Strong pedigree. It's a 7-year-old.
Rogan, if you were to look at this horse's back end as he canters along, if you just tainted his coat a little darker, you could be forgiven for mistaking him as Larison's canter behind.
Yeah, wonderful hock action and hock engagement in the canter, feature of Holsteiner breeding.
I think a trademark of the way Larison goes, and nice to see that he's passing on that quality canter to his progeny.
This horse is spectacular. Jethro doing a good job.
Looks a little green in the rideability,
Yes.
Rogan, but when he gets to the fence, he does all the right things. Like you say, Jethro really piloting him with all his skill and ability.
And it's great watching Jethro develop into a really useful competition rider.
Lovely to see him so well mounted as well, Rogan. You mentioned it just
Isn't he a lucky man?
a few minutes ago, how the sport really requires you to be in tune with some good horsepower. Ooh,
And a flyer to the last and pays a price. He went there on 6.
He would have been good enough for 4th place. It's a first rider we've seen attempt that 6 strides to the last.
Yes.
From what I've seen so far today, the 7 looks pretty positive down there. So that was a brave move.
Yes.
Spoken about it before. Risk and reward, unfortunately, not paying off today.
Number 38 is Aaron DeSantos on Capital Kenzo by Capital Kronos out of a Capriccio mare. Capriccio, one of the foundation stallions, a little grey. Holsteiner, one of the foundation stallions of the Capital Stud.
Kronos, I would say, one of the best breeding stallions that Henning has had in his stud. The Kronos progeny, we see Capital Collier with Domini Alexander. I think the Kronos progeny are really something special.
Yeah, he's brought a lot.
Kronos himself, so beautifully produced by Nicole Horwood, and now the new indoor Grand Prix, South African indoor Grand Prix title holder with Tamar Glixman.
Who is so delighted with her purchase of Kronos. Kind of a lifetime dream to have a horse like that. This was jumping a good round.
And a dream partnership, the two of them, that they have, Tam and Kronos. Rogan, I think always difficult to follow in the shoes of someone like Nicole Horwood.
Very.
And,
But Tamar stood up well to the challenge.
We spoke about it yesterday. Horses really show their class when they're able to be successful with different riders. And Kronos doing just that.
Very valid test. So Aaron pressed hard at the entry to the speed section, and this horse is lit up a bit, and the carefulness goes away.
Uses her body really well at the wall to balance him up, and again uses her body super down the last line.
Graham win on Callagher Corrigan, another Corinth. This out of the mare Wellingen by Heartbreaker. This was one of the top prices in the year of his auction. So a very expensive horse. He attracted a lot of attention and a lot of support in the bidding, and was acquired by Martijn Swanepoel. And Martijn knows his horses. He's a student of pedigree. He was a top event rider, has competed at the top level in this country. His wife rides, and he's remained passionately keen and supports Graham Wynn wonderfully. How competitive is this going to be, Sten?
Well, let's wait and see for when he goes through that start line of the second phase. Okay, Graham's elected to go around. He often teases that he's too old to go as fast as the youngsters these days, Rogan.
He is as fit as a butcher's dog, not an ounce of fat on the man, and he works a very impressive day, every day.
Can I tell you what his favorite thing is to do on a Sunday when he's not at a horse show, Rogan?
Tell?
He said to me he likes to start before the sun comes up on his first horse, and it's a lovely day because he doesn't teach or anything on a Sunday. He only rides, so he can get through. I won't even mention the number because everyone, I don't think, would believe me. But he can get through however many horses he wants to in the day until the sun goes down. And then
Extraordinary.
walk around the yard and just check on all the horses. He said that is a perfect Sunday to him. Amazing that someone can enjoy their job and love their job to that extent that when they have a day off from their job, they do double the amount of work in their job.
It's extraordinary. So number 40 is Shani Swanepoel. She's on Rumpus, the 12-year-old, by Davenport Ramses out of a Cordoba mare.
Rogan, I think you mentioned yesterday a lot of Davenport Ramsey's progeny, very kind horses,
Yes.
nice to work with, good temperaments.
The Davenport stud acquired an imported colt, the grandsire of this horse. And he did them very proud. What they weren't known for was good mouths, but what they were known for was courage, generosity, so rideability a little bit tough, but kind horses with loads of ability. And another horse not liking, number 5, he's not alone in his dislike.
There's been a handful of them that have really taken offense there at number 5. So you mentioned sometimes Ramsey's progeny didn't have great miles, but probably down to a good production job from Shani. This horse goes in a little snaffle.
Yes.
No flash noseband.
Should be a hard-working, well-rounded, educated rider. The grandsire's Rex Granus Z. And the Rex goes to the Retina Z family. A little bit of Anglo-Arab in there, some spookiness maybe. When the Davenports acquired Rex Granus Z, and they didn't go and see him, they just bought him over the phone as we go to.
Yes, you had to look twice because that's not Ronnie Healy on a Vita S who
Yes.
rode her yesterday. It's Devon
Yes.
Bosman, number 40 on our program. So this young man just showing his class. I don't think he would have sat on this horse before. He's just going to have a little skip around.
His mother was telling me that he had very, very difficult ponies. And boy, did they give him ability. He has so much natural ability, this young man.
I'm not sure if you just saw the way this horse jumped number 1, Rogan.
And now ridden by a cool as a cucumber rider. The horse has a light, you forgive me if I describe it as a slightly awkward looking mouth. Doesn't look easy in the contact.
I don't think that Midgard's Akiro that Devon rides so successfully is that easy in the mouth as well. That's slightly higher head carriage.
Yes.
I think Devon almost enjoys that.
Yeah, when you watch Devon ride a horse, you wouldn't know whether it's difficult or easy. With his ability,
They all look easy.
Yep.
His balance is incredible.
He's ideal. He's a smallish young guy, and he's slim and fit. So 2 down as he gets to know this horse, and let's see what happens there in the future.
After 15 minutes of riding the horse, I think not too bad. I think Ronnie Healy probably not in the saddle today because he hates getting dirty. He would hate the mist and the rain. So he'll be sitting on the sidelines.
Please don't tell us all that he's such a bagel.
He definitely is. He'll be having a cup of tea there.
Big bagel.
Barry John Taylor would refer to him as a gentleman show jumper. It's called gentleman show jumping.
And not meaning it in a complimentary way.
I think when you're Ronnie Healy and you're winning everything that there is to win at the moment,
Doesn't
you
matter
can
at
take
all,
a
yeah.
good tease.
Ivan van der Sade with the son of Eldo. This is a 9-year-old by Eldo out of a Gala Z mare. Blue Steel Equestrians, Font Erica's boy. Font is the stud prefix of Neville Cumley, based in Port Elizabeth. He bred in the Karoo, and he was originally an American saddler, rider, shower, and so quite often on the mother lines of that farm you can see a line of American saddler.
Enker's boy, owned by Marie Lamont. Ivan has only just recently picked up the ride on this horse. We saw yesterday the horse maybe a little green once or twice when Ivan turned up tight to the odd fence, made an inside turn. But already today looking like he's much more switched on and in tune with what Ivan's asking.
Do you say there's some American saddler in here, Sten? What's your feeling?
I'm not as clued up on my breeding as you, but a pretty dished face like that.
High head, quite a lot of expression with the tail.
And then a slightly buzzier personality I've seen from this horse as well. So
Eldo didn't get a lot of opportunity, but there's no such thing as a bad Eldo.
Kimberly Williamson, her very good mare, what was its name? Lexus Velvet, has a little filly by Eldo.
Oh,
that
wow.
is one of the nicest young horses I think I've ever looked at. She's only 2, rising 3, but she is an absolute picture to look at.
Lucky Kim, yeah, you go a long way for Eldo.
Brandenburg Keep the Faith up next with Martin Manette. It's number 41. Keep the Faith, a 7-year-old mare by Canaan, out of a Clarinius mare. Clarinius himself spent a lot of his career with Paul.
Yeah, with Paul Hart.
Paul Hart in the saddle, and then
a
showed
very
his
successful career with Paul Hart.
very successful, and then jumped with the young lady. I've gone blank.
Oh yes, I know who you mean. Cook. Yeah.
Vanessa.
Exactly. And Clarinus, a full brother to that mare Chocolat at Callahoo.
This would be one of the first open class shows that this horse would have had. Martin has been diligent in this horse's production, and he's really reaping the rewards.
Yeah, what a nice building round, and not going crazy. That's good enough for 7th place. Telling you that just a snug clear will see you into a good ticket at this stage.
So with 34 having started, 28 still to go at the moment. Our clear round percentage sitting healthy at 32%, 11 horses. Looking to add her name to that list up next, it's Lorette Knowles-Taylor. She's riding Oxford Special Edition for owner Brett Latimer. I do believe I saw him across the arena there this morning. Lovely to see that he's made the trip out here to Waterwoods to watch his string of horses. They're definitely a bunch that are worth watching, aren't they, Rogan?
Absolutely. So the horse had a little look at that 334 Oxa. Lorette pressed, and then the horse responded and shot forward. But always better to be too strong than, if the horse needs your help, to be not with the horse and asking the horse. And when it got height over number 5.
There you go. We see Brett Latimer standing at the in-gate with Lorette's husband, Barry Taylor.
Because of the cost of purchasing horses, riding them, producing them, competing them, the value of sponsors such as Brett is inestimable.
And it's lovely to see when people like Brett that are so passionate about the sport pair up with a talented team like the Farnham team, like the Taylor family, and really get to enjoy their horses being produced to the very best level that they're capable of.
Absolutely.
I mean, I know these owners all love their horses all the same, no matter the results, but the odd podium and a few rosettes along the way make it that much more enjoyable, I'm sure.
So 4 penalties, but still good enough for 17th at this stage. It gives you a real idea that a clear round will see you well up the prize money at this point.
I think with that, gelding Rogan, just 7 years old, Brett would know there's a lot more to come. So
yes,
a little bit an easy rail like that in a class of this caliber go down as school fees.
Absolutely.
And school fees paid. See Lorette with a big smile on her face walking out.
There's a wonderful saying that old horses win classes, or older horses win classes, contributing to their mileage. They make less mistakes as they get more mileaged.
Brannock Cassandra goes next with Heather Joy Mostert. Talking about slightly older horses, a 14-year-old mare, Rogan, by Consuelo out of a Randall Z mare.
Super pedigree.
And it's something that, in conversation with you and Gregory Scott, I've heard you say often before, and Greg definitely believes in it, and it's rung true since I've been made aware of it, that you want your horses well and sound into their teens, their mid-teens, later teens, because like you just mentioned, those are the horses that know how to win classes at that age. It's definitely something, an ability that they acquire along the way. They learn how to be more careful. They learn to anticipate those inside turns. They learn how to use their bodies as they go faster in the jump-offs, or how they have to back themselves up when they're going to drop a stride down a distance. And it's very interesting to watch, because you often see that if you were to look at your, say, top 6 finishers in these bigger classes, the average age is often much higher than what you would expect. Shame.
Yes, absolutely.
Cassandra
Mileage and experience a huge factor.
Cassandra having the softest toe on the back rail of that double. Number 8.
The course design and the jump equipment is unforgiving.
So Nariska Princely Hill, who currently sits in pole position on GCS Max Fantastique NPS, returns now a number 44, Quilita NPS.
When she brings a horse like this is not here for mileage, this is here for results. So she'd be looking to get good prizes with a ride such as this.
Again, 14 years old, a horse that's walked the walk, Rogan, and knows how to win these classes.
Very often where you get Clinton, you see the color grey.
Sticks to the 9 strides down there to 5, and then sets sail in the speed section.
So let's do some counting. How many does she go from 7 to 8?
Stays on that forward 8. 13.
13, yeah. And if she turns inside here, what does she do after this water tray?
Unfortunately, the front rail of 8B's gone down, so she's
gone,
elected to go around.
Foot off the accelerator and she goes round.
This horse not really enjoying her normal form here at Waterwoods. Become accustomed to her being in the top 3 in almost every class. Not so here at this show so far for Nariska.
Yes, she's always a fiercely competitive rider.
I think when they win that much, though, the odd rail here and there, Nariska still gives the horse a big pat on their way out.
So this horse, Tallulah D, would have been bred before Callagho acquired Tulano. You said bred by the Neils.
By the Neil family
Yes.
at Paddock Woods, yep.
What does the D stand for? Gotcha.
Got me foxed.
Yeah, it's got me too.
Got no idea. We'll have to catch one of them later and ask. This mare looking super organized here today. She definitely requires a specific way of riding. Likes to be put, I think, to a little bit of space at the fences.
Touch number 5, but it stays up. And now the competition for her starts.
Makes that inside turn to 6. Little rub gets away with it. This is good riding by Ali here. Believe Alison's husband was in some fine form after their golfing yesterday.
Aha.
She's just 2 from home. Oh.
What a pleasing result.
Leaves the last up and she'll be super chuffed with that round. He's giving Tallulah big pats.
Into 5th.
That was really, really speedy because it didn't look like she was going that quick, Rogan. Just smooth.
No, smooth. And yeah, didn't take a pull, just smooth and forward. Kaylin O'Dear. Consuelo Tador. Very nice.
Alison's cheeks are about to pop off. She's smiling so hard.
We're watching Idlewild Curioso. Consuelo Jatador.
A great Consuelo with a big back end, Rogan.
Yes, super.
Nearly wouldn't believe you that it's a Consuelo.
And you know the story of Consuelo, the legend of Consuelo. You must do. If I remind you, you'll immediately
Tell me.
remember it. So, Zita Vogt from Ocho Zanyati wanted a particular pedigree. And out came from Holstein a small black weanling who grew and grew until he became the grey Consuelo that we all know. And then a visitor from Germany arrived to see Consuelo and said, how come this horse is grey? It's got no grey parents. So she contacted Holstein and mentioned that the horse was grey, and I think they were equally surprised, being very thorough Germans. They checked up using DNA, and they found out there'd been a mistake in the semen laboratory, and they sent out Cameron. And Cameron was as not good as Consuelo was good. So the stallion she got by mistake was the rock star, and the other one that she wanted on paper turned out not good.
Was not so great.
How's that for a legendary story? And credit to the Germans for
I
being
didn't
willing
know
to
that.
did you not know?
I didn't know
to
that.
fix their mistake. And it's I think a marvelous anecdote, and just shows you how luck and fate tease up to either work for you or against you.
I said to our viewers that every day in the commentary box with Rogan is like a new school day. There we go, learning more and more every day. Number 50 on track now, or 49 on track now, sorry, Jenna Glancy. She brings in Cornerstone's Los Pepe. Real little acrobat is Los Pepe. By Brannick Consuelos, out of a Camden Park mare.
We were discussing that Camden Park was the thoroughbred stallion, the American thoroughbred stallion that alerted us to how good AP Indy was. And wherever you see AP Indy in a pedigree, you can go on it. Isn't this a likely horse?
My grey bearded friend Brendan McNiven, that often joins us in the commentary box, always says nothing better than a good thoroughbred, Rogan. They're unbeatable.
Well, he rode a warm blood out of a very good thoroughbred mare, out of a Crystal de Roche mare that was so good to him, crystallized.
Yes, I was going to say, when you get the right mix between warm blood and thoroughbred, Really do bring the best of both worlds. So a very new partnership, Jenna and Los Pepe.
And one with promise.
They're putting together really good moments in their rounds, aren't they?
Absolutely. So now star rider is Kelly O'Connor. She brings in Cinderellos. This is an 8-year-old by Brannick Consuelos out of a Kashmir van Schuttershof mare. This valley is going to look very different in a couple of weeks when the trees have shed their leaves. Currently there are beautiful gold rust colours and shedding their leaves all over the place, making Govert Triggle a little crazy, we have to say.
Did you say he was trying to find a vacuum that he could
Or an
vacuum up?
industrial leaf blower or something. He was racking his brains to resolve what isn't really a problem.
As we see his sister-in-law looking rather stylish here in the Waterwoods arena. On the very good-looking 334 Cinderellos.
Yes, here's a looker.
Nothing better than a pretty grey, Rogan.
No, they do take the eye. So
Oh, handsome grey.
going to be competitive.
Another horse to jump left away from the black section of those Waterwoods planks.
Didn't adjust. The dairy cows. Or maybe jumping away from the dairy cows behind that.
Very vigilant. I didn't even spot those. Oh,
A water tray can just take a horse's eye like that. So a little duck out. This horse is sharp. It's for a professional. And Kelly may be thinking slightly of the turn. Softens off and the horse spooks at the water tray. Ain't this a tough sport?
professional like her will be unperturbed by that. She'll know exactly what's required to correct that with the horse. They'll be back to fight another day, so we're going to take another short break, viewers, while the arena party sort the arena. We'll be back with you in about 10 minutes time with 21 horses left to go in this class. Our current leaderboard: Nariska Prinsloo Hill in first with GCS Max Fantastique. Calaho Fandango Jason Phillips sitting consistently in second like he was yesterday. Our top three being rounded out by Air Holidays Calaho Luca Vella, Tegan Brains in the saddle.
Lock me up 'cause I've been bad and I know I'll do it again. You're the best I ever had, I'm guilty, I confess. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal. So call us criminals, criminals. Call us criminals, criminals. I've been stealing all your time, but I know that's what you want. I swear the way you blow my mind should be against the law. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. Must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on.
Check this out.
Country Life Properties, a boutique real estate company specializing in sales of equestrian properties, sale of residential, agricultural, and country lifestyle estates in the Greater Kyalami area. With years of experience in promoting the country lifestyle, Country Life Properties is proud to be affiliated with the Kyalami Equestrian Park. Baloo Country Estate is a secure estate offering 22 kilometers of scenic bridle trails. We provide country estates to suit all your requirements: extended family living, work from home, or just escape the hustle and bustle. A variety of equestrian properties are offered for the keen equestrian. Contact us or visit our website and let us find the right property for you.
Welcome to Northrand Animal Clinic. I'm Dr. Mike Ross. My partner here is Dr. Mike Last. Northrand Animal Clinic has been present on this site since 1994. We offer more than 100 years of equine experience. Every aspect of equine veterinary work, from lameness workups to sick horses, colics, and we have a full suite of surgical procedures. Our one speciality is that we spend a lot of time looking at lameness and lameness workups. We also have access to MRI and scintigraphy, a full range of orthobiologic treatment, a full range of ambulatory services, and then we offer a full veterinary appraisal prior to auction. And we've been doing this for a couple of studs for 5 or 6 years. We operate in all fields of equines, including racing, show jumping, dressage, cross-country, and even some endurance work. Northrand Animal Clinic is and would like to remain one jump ahead in the sport horse health industry.
Welcome back, viewers. Kicking us off for the last 21 horses in this class. It's number 50, Winks Callahoo Joe Cool. Tamaru Raider in the saddle, riding for sponsors Winks.
And this is a Coleman out of a Kidam de Revel mare, an 8-year-old. Brought in originally as a breeding stallion, then castrated, so Callahoo not wanting to use him as a breeding stallion, and he then moves into a solely competition career. And this is looking like such a promising partnership.
I was going to say, Rogan, isn't it nice when a horse finds their person? Because I think that's what's happened here. Winks Callahoo Joe Cool has definitely found his person in Tamara. You mentioned yesterday. Gives a striking resemblance to her fantastic mare, Qantas, that she rode so successfully right up to the 150s, who I believe is now breeding at their farm in, is it Wellington?
Yes. The farm is called Arkansas, and it belonged to Tamara's grandmother, Shirley Pfeiffer. And she bred successfully top racehorses from that exact farm.
It's a beautiful setting. They have a big dam there, surrounded by the mountains. Really picturesque.
You could set a metronome by the rhythmicality of Tamara's riding.
Often see her round her turns in that slightly forward light American seat, Rogan, always affording her to be quick against the clock, even down the distance there. You see her stay light the first 5 strides and then just sinking in the last 3.
It suits these quality horses, the not sitting vertical or getting behind the vertical too much, letting the canter come through under the rider's seat rather than digging the seat into the horse's back.
Really allows her to be. It really allows her to be quick against the clock as well.
Well, show jumping sport has just gone faster, and faster includes galloping, and the horses gallop best when you're off their backs. Wasn't
Lovely
that
round.
nice? Yep.
Comes home with 1 for time and a time of 50.79, but as you said, a new partnership. A very, very promising one indeed.
And she'll be just thinking of jumping up the grades and jumping bigger.
'52 goes next. It's Diamonds Conway. Jessica Jane Woolham in the saddle. Saw her have a very successful round on her earlier horse, on Duno Bates.
This by Consuelo out of a horse chestnut mare. Horse chestnut, that thoroughbred bred at Maritzfontein, that won absolutely everything. One of the finest racing careers you've seen in South Africa, and then going on to be a top breeding stallion.
And a grey Consuelo with a big back end, Rogan. One would never have thought.
Credit to Consuelo that you can mate him to thoroughbreds, you can mate him to warm bloods, and you still get something very worthwhile. His range as a stallion is enormous.
There is hardly a Consuelo that you wouldn't want in your string. Fair enough in me saying that, Rogan?
Yeah, he's been wonderful. Absolutely wonderful.
Don't know if our viewers can see at home, but the rain's starting to fall a little more frequently here this morning. I do believe that it's supposed to clear up from about lunchtime.
Yeah, the light is still very good.
In fact, as the rain has got a little harder, Rogan, the lighting's got better. It's almost cleared up the mist.
And that's good enough for 10th place. Super consistent ride from Jessica Woolham.
'53 goes next. It's JJ's Girl with Sarah Lopesha in the saddle, hailing from Zimbabwe. We touched on it yesterday. This horse looking super relaxed with her new jockey, Rogan.
Yeah, looking like a good partnership. So this is called JJ's Girl, and it's 11-year-old thoroughbred by J. Peg. J. Peg is son of Al Mufti out out of the Thoroughbred mare Laptop Lady. And then that very well-known South African Thoroughbred blood is the next dam, Jetmaster. What a useful horse.
Showing good care there at the Waterwoods planks at number 7. Sarah rides this horse with such amazing feel and tact. I mentioned yesterday that she can be quite a character, JJ's girl, quite buzzy and hot, and yet looking really relaxed and super organized with Sarah. Early rail at fence 4A and a late rail at 11, but a really, really good round, and they're learning each other still at this level, these two.
Yeah, impressive performance here at this rather spectacular venue.
54 goes next. It's Emerald Isle Animo's Airbender, Tracy Khan.
So it's amazing. See, the numbers makes me. This is from the Emerald Isle stud again. Animo's Airbender is an always one out of a mare by Sandor.
Very expressive back end that Airbender has. Tracy does really well to keep her upper body tall on landing. This horse borderline does handstands every now and then over the fences.
A very useful animal, an impressive style of jump. As breeders breed, they retain their better daughters that they breed, or better fillies, and if they're good breeders, they continuously upgrade, and this would be a wonderful example of what the Khans are achieving.
See Rogan, no martingale, allowing the horse to really use its neck and body over the fence.
And what looks like a very gentle pelham.
It's a lovely clear round. Going into 6th place in a time of 42.16.
Most worthwhile effort.
So our officials up in the judges box playing hard to get for us here. They've got the timing equipment and our rankings only from 14. So as soon as they do scroll back up, because we're not in control of that, Rogues, as soon as they scroll back up, we'll be able to give our viewers at home the current top 6.
Running order is of the leaderboard. Yeah.
Until that, up next we have number 55, Valuta Dadio, Bradley McCarty. And Chris van der Merwe helps Brad quite a bit with this mare. He said it's one of the best horses he's ever worked with, he thinks.
You see for pleasure there on the dam side, and he was the great Hanoverian stallion he's probably the best horse in the world in the late 80s and early 90s. He was a remarkable stallion, and definitely founded a dynasty. Representative of whose was the Callahoo for Joy. Big scopy, airy jump.
Sure, big effort there over the water tray. She's got 2 hamsters in that brain of hers, Rogan, and they don't always run in the same direction. She can be a little tricky at times, but Brad really looks like he's got the training and the system right with her.
Yeah, and he's now an experienced, educated rider. He'll bring the best out of a horse like this.
And I think be able to bring a certain calmness to her way of going.
Do you know how long these partnerships existed?
I I would imagine about 18 months.
Okay.
When I saw them for the first time about a year ago, he said to me that he'd had only a short time by then. So let's see them.
Georgia Scribanti, Callagher Casey. Not too many Casperons in the arena. This is one of them. 10-year-old out of a modern day mare, modern day being a thoroughbred. So this is a Casperon thoroughbred. And it's worked well to mix Casperon, who is probably on the heavier side, maybe slightly old-fashioned, and then lighten it up with a thoroughbred mare. Really good.
And she's a winner, is Callagher Casey. Perfectly paired with a very stylish, talented young jockey, Georgia Scribanti.
Do you see her do a light rising canter?
Oh!
Wow, well done, Georgia. The horse had a big think about that. She kept her leg and survived, but a rail goes.
Definitely took that aquarium jump very seriously. He is pricked. The class of this young lady, Rogan. I mean, after a little hiccup there, presses up to the last, fills the horse with confidence and finishes so well.
Smooth,
And
unflappable, very simple in her riding, and everybody knows how difficult simple is.
Casey shaking her head and enjoying herself through the finish line there, like as if she just won the class. You see the slow-mo of her clearing that last oxer.
That's a 10-year-old, so there'll be lots to come in the future.
She's done so much winning already in her career.
And you see her professionalism. Lets the mare take a good look at that fence.
Gives her a
Makes the
big
most
pat.
of her time in the arena.
Jamie Lee Joseph up next, riding the legend himself, Marinello. Got a real soft spot for this horse.
And it's worth repeating, this is by the Swazi Liscas Lagos, who small, beautiful stallion based in Swaziland, and a wonderful sire. If you had a big mare, you'd want to use Lagos anytime for quality, good temperament, rideability.
I don't know
Brings
if
so
you
much.
saw how this horse just got herself out of a spot of trouble there at the 334 Oxer. He is a winner.
Partnered by a very positive young lady.
Riding out of the RH equestrian setup. Careful, there's a cat there at number 6.
It's amazing. Riding forward and being positive in leg gets you out of all sorts of trouble.
Here, Ronnie barking instructions there from the sideline. She's lost her stirrup. You wouldn't tell, her leg position's so good.
Yes, that'll challenge her leg muscles and work her a bit.
6, 7, and a beautiful round. 2 down yesterday, looking a little green in their first 130 outing. And today, Rogan,
into 5th. Really worthwhile. Really worthwhile.
Good
Thrilled,
boy,
Jamie
Nello.
Joseph.
Good boy, Nello. Super slow-mo of her jumping that last oxer and giving him a big pat and a hug. Lovely outing for that pair here today. 59 goes next. It's Western Farriers Critical with Stacey Lee Weston,
who we're reliably informed may not be speaking to her husband this morning, that he got caught in the 18th hole yesterday afternoon.
Caught in the 19th hole, I think that was the problem.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't see the problem. I mean, he was only 6.5 hours later than what he promised to be. I'm sure he'll be quickly forgiven, Rogan. Sort of pot calling the kettle.
Now, there may possibly be a legal attack on our commentating because I referred to this as plump.
Oh, so obviously Stacey got hold of you yesterday after we
Yes.
closed up shop here.
No, I'm afraid I won't be withdrawing the description of plump. It's a little plump. Cute but plump.
I must say, I threw you under the bus. When she started coming to me after a few hours there at the bar, I was very quick to say it wasn't me. There's only
Such
one.
a good inside turn back, no matter the pole down. Very
Adds
good
one to
training.
the last.
Yeah.
Leaves it up. Good time, 42.59. Unfortunately, a late rail going down there.
20th. So not a bad performance out of a large field like this.
49 having started, 11 still to come. We have 15 clear rounds in the bag. Clear round percentage sitting at 30%. Looking to add his name to that list. Up next, it's Utman Minty. He brings in the lovely Capital Coal at number 60.
Utman starting the next phase of his life, I think, off to university. If he's not there already, he's going there shortly. And I'm embarrassed to say that I forgot what his father said he's going to be studying, but I know his younger brother is focused on a veterinary career.
We all know how taxing the veterinary profession can be, Rogan, so maybe a little greedily, but I hope he doesn't follow through with that, because we'll lose him to the competition of our sport.
Yeah, he's so good.
And he is a treat to watch.
I can't imagine that if you've worked with horses all day, and it's fairly stressful to be a vet. Some of it's rewarding, but some of it's very stressful.
And you say all day, I would venture to say it's all day and all night.
Yeah, yeah.
Most days and most nights.
I'm sure the last thing you feel like. He didn't pick up a good distance there. The horse sitting on the right rein, and when he asked the horse for an extra stride, was not coming back to him quickly enough. The Colnados are slightly cold, and this is out of a Colnado mare. That water tray has asked the odd question from time to time, and it invites the riders to ride at a slight angle. And then the concentration of the horse goes away, and they nip out the side. And then a positive finish. Standing by in the arena, it's now number 67, Ivan van der Sade. He's on Equine Librium's Davenport Caprice. This is a Consuelo out of a Cartago mare, am I correct? Got it wrong.
Equine Librium Rivervale's barely a minute.
Ah, yeah, I thought it was the other one. Yeah, and barely a minute. A big Bono van der Kickenhoever.
So as we said, 61 goes next. It's Equine Librium Rivervale's barely a minute. A big Bono, Rogan, that has a big career ahead of him.
Must have. Absolutely must have. If you think how much joy Ivan got out of Best Wishes, and there's the Liam Stevens works with a young lady who rides a Bono, who is just what's the name of that one?
It'll come to me now.
Little rock star.
Horse previously owned by Bronwyn and Erin de Santos.
This is so likable. Ivan riding it in a hackamore bit combination indicates that the horse has either a complicated mouth or a very delicate or sensitive mouth, or doesn't like pressure on the bars of his gums. And Ivan would be educated enough to pick up on that and know how to use this instrument properly.
the Bono that and speaking to the quality, was second in the 140 championship class at Easter Show just 2 weeks back. Again, a young horse finding a few rails towards the end of the track, Rogan.
Yes. Maybe the pressure of the speed and the turns slightly distracting this horse, but it certainly wouldn't put you off the horse. That's got to be a horse with a future. Rain Marshal now, Casper. This by Canaan, out of a mare by Brandenburg Sebastian. And Brandenburg Sebastian stood on this very farm that's been acquired now by Govert Triggle as part of his 334 stud operation.
Liam Duffy on standby there, looks to be very pleased in the rain. He'd be used to this though, local man. Rain just taking an extra minute or two to familiarise her horse with one or two of the new fillers out here today.
So Govert has acquired properties in this area adjacent to this venue where we are, and he's doing his breeding story, executing his breeding story, which is fascinating because his focus is on mares. The 334, wonderfully unusual stud name, comes from Volker 334, a mare that he had huge success with, Hanoverian mare.
By Queenar?
Yeah, and her designation, I think so, her designation was 334. It was the 334th time Hanover had used the name Volker. So that's where the number comes from. And then his focus is on the mares. So he's breeding with a very select elite group of mares from whom he harvests ovum. So an older mare can have 6 or 7 foals in a season, which gives him a massively good chance to evaluate his mares quickly. And he's only bred with mares that have competed successfully at 1 meter 40 and above. They've got to be well bred, and Govert knows he's breeding backwards, and they've got to be well performed. And it's a really interesting emphasis because many of us focused on the stallions first and expected the stallions to do all the work of a stud farm. But your value is that older swayback mare standing in the mud in a corner who brings so much to the party.
Rain and Caspar finishing on 4 faults there. Well judged second phase of that round. Time 49.26. Time allowed 50 seconds flat. So very well judged round, but unfortunately one rail going down. Liam Duffy goes next. It's number 61 on the program. Callao Lalieri. Sorry, 63 on the program. Lalieri.
An 11-year-old Lissabon. And he rides for the Leparts. His dad's a doctor in the area. He's a passionate horse person. He's on the course designers panel. You can always find Liam at some corner of an equestrian activity in this area.
You mentioned Liam's dad, a doctor in the area. We see both his parents here, front and center. Is he watching their son? Nice to have a venue close by.
Liam's mother looking like she needs some oxygen, but I'm sure her doctor husband will resolve that fairly quickly.
Good shot at 6 there by Liam. He's quick here. Little rub behind at 7. Look, Rogan, he's gone inside the cow jump.
9, 10. He gets on 11 strides and gets away with it. That's super. What's he going to do after this water tray? Gets a good deep distance. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, this is hot. Now he's got to leave it up. And his mother's just fainted.
35.04 goes 0.3 of a second into the lead. Does Callao Lalieri and Liam Duffy. What an effort there. Any day when you get to surpass Nariska Prinsloo, you've done well.
That was as smart as paint.
Well, the rain looking like it suits Liam. He looked right at home there in the late stages of this competition with just 7 left to go. Liam Duffy, Callagho Leary, lovely son of Lissabon, go into the lead.
I think you've seen the winner of the class. I can't see anyone getting round the speed section more quickly than that.
Lauren Pretorius goes next. It's number 65 on our program, Capital Coretta.
A Colnado out of a Chinwin mare. Super round yesterday. That must have brightened your morning. Perfect. Now you can go home again. You've seen your day.
Lauren, a very stylish jockey, trains out of the the Rainer Korber equestrian setup, and runs a very, very busy riding school and equestrian setup, Millstream, in Harderbeersport.
Yes, hard-working lady, educated, committed, passionate, and there are many Lauren Pretoriuses in this game that keep the standard so high and keep it all going.
I'd love to add another adjective to the mix there, talented as well.
Yes, she can ride.
Think of the good chestnut Fran Laren horse that she rode in the 150s, then her grey stallion, more recently that she jumped in the 150s.
I remember.
And now she's building up a real good partnership with Capital Coretta.
And that was good enough for 5th place.
41.31, as you say, good enough to go into 5th place. With only 6 riders left to go in this class. Super effort from that young horse, really riding a rich vein of form, being a clear round machine at the moment.
Janine Kutsia on an 8-year-old. Rotaflow Capital Hawk. This is progeny of Capital Hamiris out of a Nabab de Rev mare. Pretty smart pedigree.
Rogan, this is a question, not a statement from me. Nabab de Rev on the dam line often breeds kind and scopy. Am I right in saying that?
Yes, I think very much.
And this horse, a little bit not what it should be according to paper. Sensitive, electric type. Am I right in saying that?
And it would have a complicated mouth. Seeing she had a rail down, we can focus on that part of it. He goes with his head up, and he's got an interesting snaffle in the mouth. And I would say that the contact he takes compromises possibly his rideability at times. But it's something that Janine will work on, the coach will work on, and they will continuously improve and work around.
Just to elaborate on my comment, I didn't mean it as a bad point about the horse at all. I just meant he really is electric and careful and sensitive. Not really what we've come to expect from...
This young lady's a good rider and does a good job.
He is pricked.
Yeah.
He
seems genuine.
Brendan also sometimes says if they didn't have a brow band on, those horses, their ears are pricked so hard they'd fall off the front of their head.
Graham win now on Callagho Sambuca. I'm not sure if we've seen another Sampras in the class. He was a really lovely stallion ridden by Lorette, and this is Sampras Lissabon, loads of blood, and I know Graham really, really rates this 8-year-old.
You mentioned Sampras was ridden by Lorette Knowles-Taylor.
Talking about pricked ears, watch the horse lock on and focus.
Sorry, Rogan, just going back to that, you mentioned Sampras was competed so successfully by Lorette Knowles-Taylor.
Yes.
Almost feel really privileged to have been alive to see those two in the ring together.
Glorious horse. Son of Staccato out of a Burcraft mare. And isn't this one that you'd mark down on your shopping list if you could? Graham going wide, wanting to be clear.
Allowing the horse the opportunity to see all the fences from far away.
Flowed to the water tray beautifully. So if he leaves the next two up, he should finish with a very pleasant ticket.
7 to the last.
You can see why Graham rates this horse. That's super.
Stylish and good enough to go into 16th place.
Govert Triggle's daughter is Kaylee Pissara. She rides 334 Giselle. 9-year-old by Kazal out of a Kidam de Ravel mare. And Kazal very high up on Govert's list of priorities. Not a big mare, but loads of quality.
When she leaves the ground, you'd be forgiven for thinking there was a gunshot going off on the show venue. She really kicks off the ground.
Yes. Ernst Hofschreier, one of Govert's consultants from Europe, top German rider in his time, is here visiting. And Ernst talked about the Casal's mouths being delicate. And you see this horse is delicately bitted, very friendly, mild bitting. Just a longish martingale, 2 reins, and it's a small nylon pelham,
with a very short shank on the side road.
Yeah.
So quite a direct contact. See the mare's technique and care there at the Oxa.
Oh, didn't she roll down in a lovely 8? Smooth forward 8. So nice. So Liam Duffy's win looking very secure. That was a burglary of a round. It was so smart. Clear Round will see you in the top 20 here in this competition.
Picture perfect over the last.
That mare's hitting nothing today.
Time 43.26 goes into 14th place with just 3 horses left to go. Clear Round percentages looking healthy at 33%. Svakile Kalaho, I'm Splendid up next with Oscar Nuba in the saddle.
Oscar's so competitive. Let's see if he can challenge Liam's rather wonderful round.
This horse relatively new to the 130 ranks by I'm Special Demuse. Out of Calaho's superstar mare, Loney.
Yes, this was a top price at the Calaho auction and looking worth every cent of it.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can see just why. Making light work of that inside turn to fence 6.
8 strides smoothly to number 7. Doesn't cut too much inside, but he's rolling forward well.
Textbook through the double there.
Would he go inside here? Nope.
He nips just around.
Flowing round.
Lovely shape over the wall. Clears the last. Time 43.63.
Into 15th place, and he will be very pleased with the progress and the direction that horse is taking. Kaylin O'Dear's quick. Here she is on Garlic Kervek. This is a Contendro out of a Conrad de Hoos mare, a 9-year-old.
A new partnering, Rogan, one that we haven't seen too much of before.
Yes.
But they looked really good yesterday. You can see as the horse throws her tail out over number 1. Sorry, throws his tail out over number 1. Really giving that vertical at number 3 some air as well. Horse possibly running fractionally deep there to the Oxer at 5.
It's towards the gate. It's spooky. The riders leg the horses because of the spookiness, and then down goes the rail. It's taken its toll throughout the competition today. And Liam's win, every time a rail goes down, Liam Duffy's win looks more secure.
Oh.
Water tray again.
We've seen that happen a few times this morning. I think, like you said, Rogan, the angle that they come to the water tray on that slightly inside line 8, sometimes make the water tray a little bit of a surprise for the horses. They don't get to see the jump from far away.
You really have to square up for it.
Kayla losing a pedal but showing her class, gaining it in just 2 strides.
Fit, slim, very nice riding physique she is in possession of.
So again, some valuable mileage gained for that new partnership. 1 horse to go, and it's the Prince Charming himself, Staccato's boy, Terry Lee Bryson in the saddle. Staccato's boy, 12-year-old gelding by Staccato Dream, out of a leader M mare.
Stallions rise out of the results, and Staccato definitely is a noteworthy stallion, and his sons have gone on to make good breeding stallions, and I think his daughters too. And how nicely and positively Terry Lee rides, we've got to presume she's quite well bred on the side too.
Staccato's boy looking a little perky here this morning. Good positive ride to number 1 by Terry.
Oh, well done. She's not shy to put her leg on, and she's picking up that he's having a look. He's alert, so she's being extra positive.
Yeah, well done, Terry. Looking a handful is Staccato's boy this morning.
He really is.
Mentioned yesterday how quickly... Oh, we've seen a few of the horses have a look at that plank.
That happened
Rogan.
in the beginning, and then it went quiet. Then suddenly the panel gave no trouble, but every now and then horses take a dislike.
Good boy. We spoke yesterday how quickly Terry has come on in her riding career and how successful she's been in such a short period of time. And I think a big part of that comes down to the trust that she has in her system and in her coach, Ronnie Healy. They purchased this horse, Rogan, off a video.
Well, that is going some.
A free jumping video.
Very good choosing, and she scores 20 out of 10 for positivity.
Absolutely. So viewers, that brings to an end this 132 phase competition. We're going to take a short moment just to tally up those final results, but Rogan, as you said, it looks like Liam Duffy, Callagher Laleri, taken the win here this morning in a very speedy 132 phase competition.
He was lightning fast.
Low flying, steeplechase.
Yeah, it looked like the winning round and he deserved to win.
So viewers, we're going to tally up those results and we'll be back with you shortly with the prize giving that 132 phase competition here at Waterwoods this morning. The weather's breezy, but the action is hot.
There you have the results.
Rogan,
We did have the results.
For the results, but
it matters not. You can see Liam Duffy heading the lineup there. His wonderful ride on that Lissabon for Team Calderhill, de La Parts. And boy, that was the winning round of the day. No argument. And it wasn't lucky, it was spot on good.
good timing from his parents as well to be just in time to watch that round. Liam Duffy and Callagho Laleri, lovely son of Lissabon, taking the win here in the 132 phase competition. Nariska Prinsloo Hill was in second.
And it's interesting, we're not getting the horses in for the prize giving. The riders will be preparing their other horses for the next class. And
it looks like, there you go, there comes Nariska.
Yep. So the days of having 20 horse prize givings have gone. They were slightly dangerous. The horses would get all stimulated and buck and kick. Officials could get knocked over. So they've reduced the number of prizes that they bring in, prize winners that they bring in. And it's a good thing. It's a time-saving, safety story.
There you go. We see Nariska taking her second prize.
And Lauren Pretorius hanging out for a prize. Where did Lauren finish?
Third place was Jason Phillips with Callagho Fandango. He's not in the arena.
He'd be getting ready for the next class.
Lauren Pretorius taking fifth place here.
And the riders would be keen to wrap the horses up warmly.
As we see Tegan Brains making her way in for a prize on Air Holidays Callagho Lucavella.
Also a Lissabon.
So Lissabon, a strong showing here in the prize giving of the 132 phase competition. As we've come to expect, he's a strong showing in most prize givings these days, Rogan.
And that's Judge Judy giving the prizes out. Stalwart of the scene. These ladies sit in the judge's box day in, day out, hot, cold, dry, wet, whatever, and facilitate the sport with their judging. And judging takes a wealth of knowledge and mileage to get onto the higher panels on which Judy will sit.
There we have Liam Duffy, Callagho Laleri leading them off on the lap of honour. Horses looking pretty pleased with their efforts here this morning. Liam looking very smart. I mentioned yesterday there's not a 120 championship in the country that he hasn't won with this horse.
And now he starts out in 130s.
Looks like he's going to be doing much the same at 130 level. An exciting partnership to watch. So viewers, we're going to take a short break while they ready the arena for our 132 phase competition here. Coming up next, ground jury did mention that there's going to be quite a break. They're going to do some extensive arena work before that next class. So go grab yourself a cup of tea in this weather, and we'll be back with all that action from the 135 two-phase competition for you shortly.
And the only man wearing tan pants in the arena at the moment touching the jumps is the famous Bernardo Costa Cabral from Portugal. He's visited South Africa many times. He's won himself loads of friends. He's a charmer, but a wonderful course designer, really wonderful. On the top panels now.
Welcome to the world of Midfeeds and Tack and Togs, South Africa's largest animal feed retailer and a haven for equestrian enthusiasts and animal lovers. Friendly and knowledgeable staff are at your service. We pride ourselves in offering a vast range of premium products that we know and trust. Your passion is our passion at Midfeeds and Tack and Togs. Where we lead, others follow.
Lock me up 'cause I've been bad and I know I'll do it again. You're the best I ever had, I'm guilty, I confess. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. with you. Anything that feels this good, well, it must be illegal. Must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well, it must be illegal.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on.
Check this out.
Country Life Properties, a boutique real estate company specializing in sales of equestrian properties, sale of residential, agricultural, and country lifestyle estates in the Greater Kyalami area. With years of experience in promoting the country lifestyle, Country Life Properties is proud to be affiliated with the Kyalami Equestrian Park. Baloo Country Estate is a secure estate offering 22 kilometers of scenic bridle trails. We provide country estates to suit all your requirements: extended family living, work from home, or just escape the hustle and bustle. A variety of equestrian properties are offered for the keen equestrian. Contact us or visit our website and let us find the right property for you.
Welcome to Northrand Animal Clinic. I'm Dr. Mike Ross. My partner here is Dr. Mike Last. Northrand Animal Clinic has been present on this site since 1994. We offer more than 100 years of equine experience. Every aspect of equine veterinary work, from lameness workups to sick horses, colics, and we have a full suite of surgical procedures. Our one speciality is that we spend a lot of time looking at lameness and lameness workups. We also have access to MRI and scintigraphy, a full range of orthobiologic treatment, a full range of ambulatory services, and then we offer a full veterinary appraisal prior to auction. And we've been doing this for a couple of studs for 5 or 6 years. We operate in all fields of equines, including racing, show jumping, dressage, cross country, and even some endurance work. Northrand Animal Clinic is and would like to remain one jump ahead in the sport horse health industry.
Your passion is our passion at Midfeeds and Tack and Togs. Where we lead, others follow.
get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal. So call us criminals, criminals. Call us criminals, criminals. I've been stealing all your time, but I know that's what you want. I swear the way you blow my mind should be against the law. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. Must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on.
Check this out.
Country Life Properties, a boutique real estate company specializing in sales of equestrian properties, sale of residential, agricultural, and country lifestyle estates in the Greater Kyalami area. With years of experience in promoting the country lifestyle, Country Life Properties is proud to be affiliated with the Kyalami Equestrian Park. Baloo Country Estate is a secure estate offering 22 kilometers of scenic bridle trails. We provide country estates to suit all your requirements: extended family living, work from home, or just escape the hustle and bustle. A variety of equestrian properties are offered for the keen equestrian. Contact us or visit our website and let us find the right property for you.
Welcome to Northrand Animal Clinic. I'm Dr. Mike Ross. My partner here is Dr. Mike Last. Northrand Animal Clinic has been present on this site since 1994. We offer more than 100 years of equine experience. Every aspect of equine veterinary work, from lameness workups to sick horses, colics, and we have a full suite of surgical procedures. Our one speciality is that we spend a lot of time looking at lameness and lameness workups. We also have access to MRI and scintigraphy, a full range of orthobiologic treatment, a full range of ambulatory services, and then we offer a full veterinary appraisal prior to auction. And we've been doing this for a couple of studs for 5 or 6 years. We operate in all fields of equines, including racing, show jumping, dressage, cross country, and even some endurance work. Northrand Animal Clinic is and would like to remain one jump ahead in the sport horse health industry.
Your passion is our passion at Midfeeds and Tack and Togs. Where we lead, others follow.
Welcome back, viewers. Kathleen Selleck going to be our starting rider here in the 135 two-phase competition. Just waiting for our information screen to be up and running here. Looks like there may be a gremlin in the system. So Kathleen 1 to 2 on 6 stride. Makes her way around to that red and white wall vertical. Then eggs the horse on. She comes around to this trout oxer with 2 blue wavy planks underneath. Positive ride into the green double. Steady in the 8, down to that water tray. We've seen that fence cause some trouble here today, but not for Kathleen and Calderheim's Excalibur. 7 strides, a little forward to number 9, rides it beautifully. Super technique through the double. 8 to the last, leaves it up. It's our first clear round of the competition. Officials still busy working through those gremlins with the timing equipment. I'll have that result for you shortly, as we see Sean Neal, number 2, with Caprice DBHZ, making their way to the start. Rogan Askin, my co-commentator for the show, has fallen victim to the very tasty food on offer here at Waterwoods. Seems to have found himself stuck at the catering. Sean rode in the thick of the mist yesterday with Caprice. Much fairer conditions for him here today. Sean, a winner of almost every title class that South Africa has to offer. Some of his good horses in the past. Go think back to Gold Rush and Clyde Z. Looks like he's found himself another winning partner here in Caprice DBHZ. 10-year-old mare by Kanan, out of a Ramiro Z mare. Easy to the last. Leaves them all up. $31.09 goes into the lead with just the 2 having started. Number 3 goes next. It's Colin Ferreira. He brings in the very playful Kolensky de Rival Z. Lovely 9-year-old stallion by Cornet Obolensky, out of a Quidam de Rival mare. See him having a play around the corner there from 2 to 3. Chucky, one of the best in the business. Has such good balance, such good feel. Always giving the horse the biggest opportunity to achieve good results. Keeps a very tight forward line round to this last line here, the double. 5, 6, 7 strides to the last. Quick round, the crowd goes wild. Unfortunately, just the one rail going down at 6B, but the time was quick, 30 seconds flat. Number 4 goes next. It's Laura Neal. She brings in Diamond Dundee. Dundee, a 15-year-old gelding by Diorado, out of a Carpaccio mare. Laura dodging the odd obstacle here around the track. Hear her gently pressing the horse up to that trout oxer with the 2 wavy blue planks underneath. No, I'm repeating myself, but she is always just such a pleasure to watch as Lara gets a fine tune out of everything that she rides. Rolls up in the 7 strides there from 8 to 9. Good shot to the double there at 10. Hear her using her voice, just relaxing the horse And easy as you like, it's another clear round in the bag. So after 4 starters, we've had 3 clear rounds already. Lara Neal's clear, 32.35, good enough to go into 3rd place. Just the 4 horses having started, 57 to go. First of those next 57, Leona van der Merwe. She brings in 334, Calaho Vedante. Lovely 10-year-old mare by Calaho's Victory Forever. Another Diamant de Simile mare. I think a horse that would have already been used extensively in the 334 studs breeding program. Having jumped up to 150 level, World Cup level here in South Africa already. At such a young age. Like all her rides, Leona gets such a fantastic tune out of this horse. Easy as you like in the 7 from 8 to 9. Rolls up, holds her body, gives the horse all the time in the world to use her body at the fence. Equitation from 1 to 11 for Leona van der Merwe. It's another clear round. Calaho Vedante, time 34.22. So the time allowed in that second phase of the competition, 42 seconds. Number 6 goes next. It's Caitlin Lappart. Jolie Fee du Royaume. 9-year-old mare by Jensen van het Meulenhof. Out of an Alcatraz mare. This horse really suits Kate down to a T. Kate, a tall rider who has such finesse and rides with great body control. Always in perfect balance with her horse. Very strong lower leg position. Which helps create that harmony with the horse. Everything built on a strong base. With 6 having started, we have 4 clear rounds. So clear round percentage early in the class, sitting healthy at 66%. Kate and Jolie finishing with 1 for time. That first phase of the course. And the 1 rail down. Leander D goes next. With Jenna Eager. It's number 7 on our program. Leander having a little spook at those cow wings placed in the middle of the arena. Looks like Jenna's got a spicy horse to contend with here today. Something that she would be used to with this playful character. 10-year-old gelding by Latour, out of a quality time mare. Leander not looking super happy here today. This cold and breezy weather can sometimes get the horses a little bit See, the judges have rung the bell for Amy Jempele, who is up next, but the timing equipment has been knocked over by Leander with his antics. He wasn't so keen to be in the arena. He's now stuck trying to get out the arena. As we see Optima Capital Quality and Amy Jane Jempele making their way to the start. Capital Quality, 8-year-old gelding by Zorocco Blue out of a staccato mare. This horse, as his name would describe, oozes quality. I think he's a horse made for the big classes, very new to these open grades. And I think with a rider like Amy in the saddle, he's destined for big things. So with one or two early rails going down, Amy will be putting this down to a schooling round. Slightly green area at the front of the double, the horse jumping in a bit strong. Lovely round nonetheless. I think one to watch for the future. Amy Jane Jempele and Optima Capital Quality. Philippa Baxter goes next at number 10. She brings in Uschi van het Nieterhof, 11-year-old mare by Diamant de Simile. A Katoki mare who we were lucky enough to see compete in this country. Kaya with Jonathan Clark, and then later on Bronwyn de Santos. Rogan has just returned. I said he may have got caught up at the fantastic catering here at Waterwoods, fallen victim to the tasty food, but he came back bearing treats, so he's forgiven.
Thank you, Sten.
Rogan, what was on the lunch menu?
Yeah, we were starting with breakfast rolls still. A bit behind.
So a lovely round there that we've just seen from Optima Capital Quality, looking much more settled and relaxed in the arena here today. Horse looking much the same is Uschi van het Nieterhof with Philippa Baxter. Also, I believe, rode in the thick of the mist yesterday. Conditions much kinder here today for her.
The arena really has been addressed, and the going looks super, and their team could not be more diligent than they are.
Well, Rogan, I think the facts speak for themselves. I think yesterday our clear arm percentages were not very high. In our first class today, Ready, 33% clears. Shows a much healthier state of show jumping.
Absolutely.
Four faults down in the first phase of the competition there for Uschi and Philippa, but tinkling around for a nice schooling around after that. As we see that slow-mo really giving that aquarium fence at the last some air. Looks like Gregory Scott up next on number 11. It's back on track. BBS. Would you describe Habibi as an easy rideable horse? Probably anyone could get on and ride, have a good time, Rogan. Not very complicated or tricky at all.
He probably puts in twice as much time with her than any other horse he rides. She is complicated, tricky mouth, hot, sensitive. He finds her very brave and very forward and careful, but her rideability would be her Achilles heel.
Any of our viewers at home that know me would have picked up on my sense of humor there straight away. I agree with you, Rogan. One of the most complicated horses I think there are out there.
Yes.
And yet a horse that's won more prizes in the last 2 seasons than most, I would say. She's right up there with the winning percentages.
Greg has worked her out and worked out her bitting. And
seen her lately making inside turns, being super rideable and accommodating in the arena, something she wasn't able to do in the past. And like you mentioned, she really does have a knack for the sport. She is careful, she's quick, and she wants to do the job. I think sometimes that keenness to do the job perhaps gets in the way.
Yeah, she has huge scope and has got care. So the rider can put in a lot of the other things, work on the rideability.
Especially when the rider is a master like Gregory Scott, who I do see, Rogan, is sporting a muddy right boot.
Yes, that tells.
Can you elaborate on that?
No, could tell a little story. I'm not sure.
I heard of possibly a little spill in the B arena, I think, with one of the younger horses.
Okay.
I'm not sure that there was a fall involved, but I think the horse had a hard time. And then, like the master, he is just come straight back into the next class on a pretty complicated horse. Gives us a bit of a masterclass here.
So not finding a good distance to that double as he comes down to the end.
Little tap over the last oxer.
Some horses' arenas suit, some don't, and it's possibly that she finds this arena challenging.
You mentioned Greg spends a lot of extra time with that mare. The same would be fair in saying she would be a horse that would need to spend time in a new arena before she would become comfortable in it.
Exactly. They hurried him yesterday with the bell, and he didn't get a chance to show her the arena, and he pressed her hard, and then she lights up and the fences go.
Another horse who lights up rather easily. Up next, Carlson 113. Very talented young Luca Dominic Watson in the saddle. This 15-year-old gelding by Kolensky G out of a Pickard mare, originally found in Europe by Bronwyn de Santos, our newly crowned South African hero. Rolls up well in the 8 strides there from 4 to 5. You see Luca using his body to set the horse up to the double at 6, but the front rail goes down on that A element. I must say, Rogan, something that's become a trademark of Luca's riding. I don't know how much you've watched him, but his ground speed is always admirable. First round, second round, doesn't matter. He's always riding the horses forward and positive.
He's very positive. He's a strong rider, and he's going to develop into a good one.
I think another horse you mentioned, Habibi, maybe taking a little bit of time to familiarize herself with this arena. I think Carlson, much the same, finding that he's having to work this arena out a little bit. Kaylee Passara goes next. It's number 13, Callahoo Lisabel. Lisabel, fantastic daughter of Lissabon, out of an Alligator Fontaine mare.
Yes, celebrated Sal Francais stallion from back in the day.
Wow, she has a big expressive jump, does this horse? Lovely to see her back in the ring after layoff due to injury. We've mentioned it before, Rogan, you get horses that suit people. I must say this mare and Kaylee really do look a picture
Good
together.
pair, yeah, exactly.
Lovely inside turn there from 7 to 8. Ooh, and it's gone down. She rode that really well. I guess that's why it's called show jumping, not show winning. Sometimes you do everything right and
down goes a rail.
Still
exactly.
managed to have a rail down. Lovely round nonetheless, Rogan, and I think you would know from your career, sometimes you ride an embarrassing round and win the class, and then other days you ride where you think, jeepers, George Morris would have been proud of that, and you come out with a rail down.
Yes, exactly.
You spoke earlier, Rogan, about how busy Graham Wynne has been, or how busy he is day to day, and he really has been busy at this show. He returns this time on number 14, Callahoo Falvio, for owner Martijn Swanepoel, by the lovely Callahoo for Joy, son of for pleasure.
And this horse entering his prime as a show jumper. Yesterday we spoke a little bit about colour. There are not too many chestnut for Joys. They were very often bay or brown.
I'm starting to think, Rogan, if you go to a Callahoo auction, chestnuts are the one to pick then.
Would that it was as simple as that.
Judging by the results of this show, it is that simple. There you have it, viewers. Chestnut at Callahoo, doesn't matter the stallion or the dam. Pick the chestnuts.
And if you believe that, you'll believe anything.
Just pick a chestnut and you're halfway to the podium. Graham has such a, and I'm saying this as a compliment, an uncomplicated way of staying in balance with the horse, doesn't he?
Yes, he's very fit and spends many hours in the saddle, and it reflects in his riding.
And you see it on all different types of horse. There's a slight pause over the fence where there's this perfect picture moment of him just in there, as you see that on the slow-mo, where he's just in the most beautiful balance with the horses. Really lovely to watch.
Georgia Byrne now, and Callahoo Sequoia Vela. This is another Sampras out of a Lissabon mare, and this would be high on many people's list of favorites.
I don't know if you know the full story about this horse and the purchasing of it, Rogan. I believe...
Very, very keen to hear.
Geordie was... I've got to get it right. She was either studying for exams or relatively ill at home and didn't get to go to the auction. Her parents went to the auction. They weren't looking at... She hadn't sat on any horses. They weren't looking for a horse. And her parents came home with Sequoia Vela.
Wow.
As a little surprise present.
Well, if they can repeat that success, because this is a glorious horse.
And I'm right in saying that this is Geordie's first horse that she jumped up to 150 level. She wouldn't have had a horse before this at 150 level.
I don't think so.
What a partner to make your way up the grades with. Hear her using her voice to good effect, jumping out the double there. Yeah, super round. Comes home clear in a time of 30.61.
And into the lead.
Kerry Muir is up next, number 16. It's J.K. Cortina for owner Brittany DeToy. Rogan, you've been teasing us with the guest appearance of Johan Kackelhofer the entire weekend.
And he's here.
Is he?
Yeah, he's here.
I managed to bump into his better-looking half near the viewing deck. Lovely to see Roxy here. I know she's very involved in the maintenance of the horses here at 334. Top vet, living and practicing in
graduate
America.
of Edinburgh University, and now practicing very successfully in America, and bringing her significant intellect to veterinary practice.
Would be lovely for Toki to see horses that he's sold to South Africa performing so well like this in the ring.
He has a wonderful eye. He's wide awake. He misses nothing. This is good. This has been very good.
That's going to be good enough to go into second place by
Super
800ths of a second. Kerry Muir and J.K. Cortina going to second place, time 30.69. Geordie Burns' time was 30.61, so you can see just how close it is. Not even half a second separating our top three at the moment. Hamza Minty up next. He brings in number 18. It's Continental Drift.
Very competitive rider, Hamza, and very focused, very successful. What's Continental Drift's background? It's by Contendro out of Calato Mare. What do you know about the horse Sten?
Other than he's got a lot of personality, that she's got a lot of personality and would need a professional like Hamza. I can't give you too much more information about where she sort of originated from and where she came from. Hamza does a masterful job with this horse. She can sometimes become a little gate bound. You saw how delicately he rode number 3. And he really hasn't hassled her at all around the whole track. Still coming home with a really good time, 34.51. Good enough to go into 8th place, early stages of this competition. So just over a third of the way into this competition, with 16 having started, 42 left to go. Clear arm percentages looking very healthy, 8 clears. 50%.
Here's a good one to watch. Barry Taylor and Oxford Super Deluxe by I'm Special to Muse out of a Lux Z mare.
The godfather of South African show jumping. Partnered with as his name would suggest, a super horse, Oxford Super Deluxe. Riding for owner Brett Latimer, who we see standing next to the in-gate there. Quite the silver fox these days, is Brett?
Yes. Yes, he is.
Someone may need to mention to Super that these fences are only 135 high. Really putting in a big effort. Taking each jump really seriously.
Yeah, he's a careful, stylish horse. A lovely jump. Barry, we said it yesterday, Barry really rates him. 7 smooth strides to number 9.
You see how tidy and tight he keeps this line round from 9 to 10. 7, easy as you like to the last. Comes home clear.
And into the lead.
Some 1/10 of a second into the lead. Time 30.51. Barry Taylor lays down the leading time that the rest of this class are going to have to chase down. Super effort there by him. Hannah Gerber goes next. It's number 20. Freedom. I think at her young age, Rogan, Hannah Gerber has already gained so much valuable mileage up the grades and shown that she's a real competitor. She's a super jockey. I think a horse like Freedom would test all the knowledge that she has gained over her young career.
She's reactive, she's very positive. And that fence is going to cause that continuously throughout the day. It is spooky, no matter that it's towards the gate.
Hannah doing a super job second time round to make sure Freedom cleared that fence. Very well ridden there by Hannah.
Kayla Nadir, Locarno Ballard. She has 2 horses from the Locarno stud. This one by Locarno Challenger out of a Consuelo mare.
And I would say one of my favorite on the circuit at the moment, Rogan, Kayla. I love Locarno Ballard, but Kayla definitely has been in some fine form. She's always been a good jockey, but just seems to have found another gear of late. And I think that would partly be down to the quality of the string of horses that she's riding at the moment.
She's built herself a solid base. Her mother owns a property in Kailami where they base their horses.
Reba Stables.
Yes, and so she trains, teaches, has now got a truck organized, so she's really set up for competing. Knowledgeable rider. She was an all-rounder success in juniors, and based on growing up in the riding business with her mother, she'd have a very deep knowledge.
And spent a good time in Europe as well, Rogan, competing and riding successfully.
Which is always invaluable. Tough, but invaluable.
Speaks volumes to her work ethic as well. Canters down in the 7 to the last, comes home clear in a time of 31.69. Good enough to go into 5th place at the moment.
He's a Namibian bred, so he'll be tough and sound. He's a 14-year-old, but he'll have a good few years of jumping left in him.
You see that slow-mo textbook over the last. Really good effort there from Kayla. SD Diabab up next. Rogan, a horse that was placed, was it 3rd yesterday in the 130 competition?
Yes,
really put
well
in a fine performance.
Yes. And was it in this bit and bridle yesterday, Sten? Can you remember?
Yes. Same setup. I
Lorette signalling something to the arena party.
She's just asking, I think, that the arena staff move out of the arena. I think
The horses are so alert. They get so easily distracted by anybody. So the judge's box will give her time while she makes sure the arena is to her satisfaction before she goes.
I spoke to Lorette after the class yesterday, and she said she was as surprised as anyone else because she didn't really feel like she was going that quickly. She kept her line so economical yesterday. I think that's what got her that podium finish with SD Diabub.
She was always a quick rider against the clock. She's had number 2 down, so she's now just for the mileage and the schooling. So this is upper division from yesterday, and it ran yesterday, and sometimes if the horses are very competitive on a day, the next day they're not quite as sharp.
Well, I think just the very nature of going fast, the horses end up being a little towards the front rail of the fence.
Yes. That would have been a good example.
We saw Jason Phillips putting in some good homework today for the championship class tomorrow on Fandango. He kept the horse a little bit more together today, more on his hocks. Bossman Barry Taylor saying to her that's all right. He'll be better tomorrow. So that brings to a close our first 20 starters of this class. We're going to have the arena party come in and do some maintenance work. We have 38 riders still to go. When we come back from our break, first in we'll have Jackie Cochran with Izzy Miyaki.
Nice name, and Barry heading up the leaderboard at the end of the first round of this competition.
Top 3 looking strong with Oxford Super Deluxe, Barry Taylor in the lead, Callahoo Sequoia Vela, Geordie Byrne in second, and J.K. Cortina, Kerry Muir in third place, time of 30.69. Viewers, don't go anywhere. We'll be back with you shortly.
Lock me up 'cause I've been bad and I know I'll do it again. You're the best I ever had, I'm guilty, I confess. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal. So call us criminals, criminals. Call us criminals, criminals. I've been stealing all your time, but I know that's what you want. I swear the way you blow my mind should be against the law. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. Must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal.
you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on.
Check this out.
Country Life Properties, a boutique real estate company specializing in sales of equestrian properties, sale of residential, agricultural, and country lifestyle estates in the Greater Kyalami area. With years of experience in promoting the country lifestyle, Country Life Properties is proud to be affiliated with the Kyalami Equestrian Park. Baloo Country Estate is a secure estate offering 22 kilometers of scenic bridle trails. We provide country estates to suit all your requirements. Extended family living, work from home, or just escape the hustle and bustle. A variety of equestrian properties are offered for the keen equestrian. Contact us or visit our website and let us find the right property for you.
Welcome to Northrand Animal Clinic. I'm Dr. Mike Ross. My partner here is Dr. Mike Last. Northrand Animal Clinic has been present on this site since 1994. We offer more than 100 years of equine experience. Every aspect of equine veterinary work, from lameness workups to sick horses, colics, and we have a full suite of surgical procedures. Our one speciality is that we spend a lot of time looking at lameness and lameness workups. We also have access to MRI and scintigraphy, a full range of orthobiologic treatment, a full range of ambulatory services, and then we offer a full veterinary appraisal prior to auction. And we've been doing this for a couple of studs for 5 or 6 years. We operate in all fields of equines, including racing, show jumping, dressage, cross country, and even some endurance work. Northrand Animal Clinic is and would like to remain one jump ahead in the sport horse health industry.
Vos chevaux pensent qu'ils participent au Paris-Dakar à chaque trajet? Ne les laissez plus penser qu'ils sont pilotes de rallye. Inspirée de l'automobile, la suspension Pullman 2, innovée par Cheval Liberté, propose une véritable technologie de pointe. Avec un centre de gravité au plus proche de la route grâce à un châssis surbaissé, les vibrations sont ainsi considérablement réduites. Votre vent épouse la route et offre alors à votre cheval un confort inégalé. Avec la suspension Pullman 2, c'est moins de stress, moins de fatigue, moins de consommation en carburant et surtout un transport en toute sécurité pour vos chevaux, et ça même sur route difficile. Rendez-vous sur notre site internet chevalliberté.fr pour découvrir toute notre gamme de vents.
Welcome to the world of Midfeeds and Tack and Togs, South Africa's largest animal feed retailer and a haven for equestrian enthusiasts and animal lovers. Friendly and knowledgeable staff are at your service. We pride ourselves in offering a vast range of premium products that we know and trust. Your passion is our passion at Midfeeds and Tack and Togs. Where we lead, others follow.
Welcome back, viewers, with the arena ready to go. Looks like up next we're going to have number 24, Chianti's Touch. Ashley Fox in the saddle. Chianti's Touch, an 8-year-old gelding by Chianti van Lolen Z, out of a Royal Vinkenberg mare.
Yes. That would be it.
Mentioned yesterday, this horse looks like it's got all the scope in the world and just needs to figure out how to use his body correctly. I think when they get it right, going to be a fierce competitor. Early Rail goes down there at number 3, just touching it off behind. Ashley really thriving in the team setup that she has at the 334 Sport Horse Stud. Uses her body well to sit away from number 9. Makes a really smooth sweep round here to the double at 10. Rolls a little deep in the 8 strides to the last. So finishes with a few down and a time of 37.65.
But I'm sure she'll consider that a developing ride, invaluable mileage.
Simon Henry goes next. It's number 25, Fran Laren Lito.
By Fran Laren Etoile du Sur, out of a Brandenburg mare by Colbert. Etoile du Sur was a really super stallion that stood briefly at Fran Laren. Fran Laren sold their property in the Kyalami area and are moving further out towards the cradle towards a much bigger premises, and I'm sure they will continue with their invaluable breeding operation.
Horse looking much more organized, much more comfortable here today. Had a few uncharacteristic rails down yesterday. We thought perhaps he'd maybe not traveled so well. Would be one of his first away shows.
Touching on travel, Sten, that I think it's impossible to produce a good horse without traveling at some point in their career. You don't need to travel a young horse too much, but once you get to the open divisions, it's essential that they see different places, different arenas, and different equipment. And there are subtle differences all over the place.
It's a really smart round here by Simon so far. Looking to give us our first clear after the rake. And he does just that, 32.96. Good enough to go into 8th place. Nearing the halfway mark of this competition. Can't keep a good man down. Simon putting in a good performance here today on Fran Laren Alito. Rogan, you mentioned needing to travel the horses, especially in the open grades. I really feel if you can have the luxury of traveling them in the 110s and 120s,
even better.
It goes a long way in helping their production.
Of course, travel is expensive. You've got the trucking to the venues, you've got to pay for stabling while you're away, your own accommodation. It's an expensive exercise.
And traveling the horses is something that Catherine McFarlane and her team have done very successfully, especially their young horses. They always make sure that they get them to all the venues. So up next here we have 26. It's Calaho Hira Duayen.
Hira Duayen is out of a Balubay Rouet mare, and Govett at the 334 stud puts a lot of store by the stallion Balabé Drouet, and he's infused the blood directly or indirectly, as quite often, surprisingly often.
Horse showing good care there at the wall. Really
Yeah,
using her body.
isn't this looking super?
Tight and efficient through the turns. Big effort jumping into the double. Sets off for the 7 to the last, leaves it up. Comes home clear, 31.08. Good enough to go into 4th, Rogan.
Super effort, strong effort.
Establishing herself as quite the speed queen these days is Catherine McFarlane.
And another rider that learnt her craft on thoroughbreds. I don't think there's a better school ground than a good thoroughbred. Or schoolmaster, put it that way.
Next up, we have Anthony Eckerold, Langley Equestrian Centre rider, part of their WhatsApp group. He brings in Tack and Tog's Optimus, number 28. Lovely to see this horse back in the ring after a short break from the sport.
The breeder Gerry de Toy, the Alzu stud breeder, moved away from German horses. He stood a Hanoverian, he stood a Holsteiner. He'd bought some German stock from Namibia when he first began, and he completely moved away from German breeding. So he bought a Belgian stallion, a Salle Francais stallion, and a Dutch stallion. And this stallion here represents 2 of those. He's out of a Bambix mare, who's the Salle Francais, by Optimum van der Wellington, the Belgian sire.
Must say, Rogan, the Optimum van der Wellington blood was a little bit sort of before my time. Only slightly, but I was lucky enough to ride 1 or 2 towards the end of his breeding program. I rode a horse called Capital Osprey for Henning Pretorius for a short while before we sold him to the Congo. He was one of the best athletic show jumpers I think I've ever had the privilege of riding.
Blood's a well-chosen word. There'd be plenty of blood in
Easy
Optimum.
as you like there for Ant. That's a performance that he'll be very proud of. 29.51 goes into the lead. Good solid second into the lead. Well done, Ant. Super riding. Definitely post that on the yard group. There you go, he gives a thumbs
thrilled.
up.
He looks like a laid-back stallion. Looks like to have a very nice pedigree. Do you know if he gets used?
I'm not sure, Rogan.
It would be worth someone doing some research and working out how to exploit his genetic talent.
Next up, Jessica Comfer, a winner of yesterday's 130 class on her other ride. This time she brings in number 30, White Waters on Clouds of Time.
On Clouds of Time by On Track, who's by Andel V. This one out of a Clarinius mare. Clarinius who stood here at Brandenburg back in the day.
I mentioned Jess, one of the hardest working young ladies you'll ever find. I say young, she's the same age as me. I don't know that you refer that as young anymore.
Young it is.
Honing in on middle-aged. Helps run a big setup at the Blair Athol Equestrian Estate. And very involved at the RH Equestrian setup as well. Horse almost short jumping 1 or 2 of her oxes, but finishing off well over the last.
So the leading time posted by Anthony Eckerold. 29.51 is the time you have to beat to go into the lead. 10th place at the moment.
Millbrook, enough said, goes next. Number 31. It's Sarah Kate Capazzorio, sorry. Up next.
Very much a South African pedigree by Eldo out of an acclaimed mare. Both stallions that were sourced for South Africa by Diane Snodgrass. Claims the son of Accord, and you still see the name Accord all over the world in top show jumping pedigrees. Maybe a generation back, but present nonetheless. You would describe the Eldos as having complicated mouths, and the bitting arrangement that this horse is in supports that idea. A very clever Hackamore bit combination, a soft mouthpiece, and it spreads the load of pressure of control over the face and the mouth, so it really dilutes the effect of the bit everywhere. Oh, she was unlucky to brush that off.
This horse is really an athletic, careful show jumper. Slight in stature.
Time very good, 30.52, but a rail down along the way.
Would have been good enough to go onto the podium in third.
Do you see the way Harry Butcher's holding his reins? This is Harry Butcher. He's on Capital Casmigo by Castigo out of an Optimum Thunder Wellington mare. There's the name again.
So he's holding his reins in Mexican grip, Rogan?
Absolutely.
Want to explain to our viewers a little bit about the thought process behind Mexican grip?
So it's different from putting the rein between your ring finger and your pinky, the normal rein hold. And when you change your grip like this, it alerts your brain, and it makes you definitely more sensitive. Plus, a rider's elbows work better in this Mexican rein hold. So it's a softer, more sympathetic feel. And what that's indicating is that Harry thinks his horse's mouth is quite delicate. And it encourages you just to ride forward with your leg, and that's always an ideal solution. Super so far. Now the speed section.
He's gone around to the wall. Harry, a very, very passionate equestrian. Comes from a riding family. Really, really loves the sport, loves the horses. And Rogan, you've mentioned, has a good sense of humor as well.
No, Harry can be completely hysterical, and I'd say I think he's passionate about everything. He's just passionate about life. And wasn't that a nice ride?
Giving us our 14th clear round. So clear round percentages with 27 having started, sitting very healthy at 51%.
Leona van der Merwe brings in her Hammer gelding. It's an 8-year-old. By Hammer van het Bevrijdhof out of a Coriano mare. And Hammer can give quite a hunter-type head. And when this foal was born up at the farm in Vivo, in Polokwane, they were bitterly disappointed at this plain, ugly thing that was born. Well, they're anything but disappointed in this horse now. Super technique, super focus. How fast do you think she's going to go, Stan?
It'll be interesting to see. Leona's always competitive, so the time starts here after the double for the riders. No, she's going around. This horse you'll often see cross-cantering, switching out behind Rogan. And he does it with such balance, though.
That you barely notice.
Leona doesn't let it affect her at all. She's very good at just keeping the same rhythm. See, textbook body control jumping out the double. Comes
So
home
nice.
clear. 34.40. Good enough to go into 13th place at the moment.
Lovely round.
Fiona van Fullensteer goes next. She brings in number 34, Sapphire Rain. We saw her with some really good wins at Maple Ridge just recently.
Yes. And something of a speed merchant she would be. So easy to roll down 1 to 2, get close and touch it behind on the way up.
That's
really
not something you see very often from this combination.
No.
Rogan, you would know a little bit more on Fiona's younger days in the sport.
She's a very good pony rider and a very good junior rider. Then what happens is riders leave the sport to make their careers, to establish their families. And with that all done, back she came with a vengeance. Her brother a good rider, and her father, if I'm a doctor or a specialist.
Also having a little gawk at the last, but Fiona nice and positive.
She was on it.
Fortunately, like you said, just rolling up to number 2, having that down early on in the track. And then the A element of that double going down, so finishing on 8 faults. Elmo van den Hoek Z up next with Rainer Korber in the saddle. Number 52 on our program. Coming in a little early. Elmo, an 8-year-old gelding by Amir R. out of a Balurado mare.
So that would be presumably a Balabay, Durouet, Diarado combination. They often combine names, and if you understand slightly, you gives away the pedigree.
Horse that Rainer's riding for owner Rochelle Klook. Looks a very exciting horse. Lots of blood, Rogan. I haven't seen much of him.
Loads of blood, and if Rainer can ride anything, he can ride blood.
Good scope and care to go with it as well. Looks a lovely type. Almost falling victim to his scope there in the double. Jumped in a little big.
So riders like Rainer will clock that moment, and the next time they jump into a double will assist the horse not to make that error. The horse looking at something there.
I think
Saw
those
him have a spook.
I think those cow wings
could be
that are behind that fence. Very smooth down the last line in the 8 strides. Comes home, time of 37.00. Stuart Barker, horse fanatic, up next. He brings in number 36, iFarmer LJ's Captain Bear.
And as you know, he trains with Rainer. So this horse, bred in the Eastern Cape at Jenny Wiley's stud, in the mountains of the Eastern Cape. And Jenny's father's a top Dutch breeder based in Scotland. So he breeds Dutch horses in Scotland, and this horse is out of a Secundus mare, and he stood Secundus in Scotland, and Jenny Wiley therefore had access to that semen and used it extensively. Secundus going back to the stallion Romero. She worked the word bear into her pedigrees and into her breeding. So wherever you see the name bear, chances are it's a horse bred at Jenny Wiley's stud.
This horse, a horse that Stuart has self-produced up to this level.
Yes, and done a lot of learning on the horse, as one needs to grow as a rider in this game. It's got lots of blood. It's very sensitive.
Super down the last line there.
Yeah, good finish.
One rail going down in the first phase, finishing in a nice time of 34.86. Not good enough for a ticket here today, but beautifully set up for the championship day on Sunday.
And he's often in at the death of a very good jump off.
Kaylee Passaro goes next. She brings in number 37 for the 334 Sport Horse stud. It's 334 Nunu.
The name always raises a smile.
I miss Chris van der Merwe riding the horse.
Chris is Nunu. By Naldo out of a Kalido mare.
And again, we spoke earlier how 334 Callao Lisabel suits Kaylee so well. I think 334 Nunu, much the same, perfectly matched to Kaylee's style of riding.
Yes, Kaylee, a smooth, delicate rider. Rides with a lot of finesse. Kaylee and her husband Anthony have moved down to this area, and Anthony working in business in Pinetown. I'm not sure, but certainly they've got a residence or buying a residence just near here.
In
to
Gowrie.
be near the family stud. Yeah, in Gowrie.
Gowrie. I think they're renting in Gowrie at the moment while they build. Perfect place to start a family, they've been told by many of the locals, Rogan.
Including their parents, I'm sure. Was just slightly short jumped pole there.
Oh!
And then drifted left before that SeaWorld, Waterworld jump.
Those safety cups fall for nothing. That pole barely got touched and it went down. So with 7 horses left to go before our next rate break. Up next, we're going to have Ivan van der Seyde. He brings in number 38, Equilibrium's Davenport Caprice. Nothing happens too fast there in Plettenberg Bay, Rogan. Ivan, a very chilled character.
You might say that.
Judges affording him a little bit more time than they have done for some of the other riders who've come in late. I think that would be penciled down to him just being such a fantastic guy. When you're likable, people are nice to you.
Exactly.
You're not allowed to look at the pedigree, Rogan. Who's the sire of this horse? It's grey, and I bet you when you see it jump the first jump, you'll nail the pedigree. I haven't been joking about it for 2 days.
So, Consuelo, we've got to say.
Okay. So you haven't been blocking me out completely.
Rather nice.
So they have on our program, Rogan, on the SA show jumping site, they've got Ivan's 2 horses swapped around. Yes.
This has a very stylish jump.
Saw a fantastic training video in his preparation for this show. Their lovely arena in Plett.
Good with the knees, brings the knees up to the chin or drops the chin down to the knees and then opens behind. So it's economical, efficient, super.
It's a clear round in a time of 31.44. Good enough to go into 7th place for Ivan van der Sade and Equan Librium's Davenport Caprice.
Ryan Andrews now, who breeds at Kellow Park. This is Kellow Park's Quarter Lemon. By quality time, out of a Crusader man. Crusader was the grey stallion that we were thinking of, Lauren Pretorius. Didn't she ride? No, not Crusader.
She did have Crusader, but another stallion post that, who now stands at Blair Athol with a client there. Davenport Caprice, Rogan, by Consuelo, out of Davenport Cleopatra, who's a Carthago Z.
Okay, I did know that only Davenport had some Carthago Z semen from way back. I think that Henning Pretorius might have bought the remainder of Davenport's Carthago semen.
As you said, Ryan Andrews on track now with KP Quarter Lemon. KP Quarter Lemon, she's the handstand mare. I said yesterday, an extravagant photo of Ryan Andrews upside down with his feet in the air at Maple Ridge. This horse is a real winner. Lovely advert of his breeding program,
yes,
Rogan.
very, very good advert, and a little rock star. She keeps travelling forward. He keeps riding her forward smoothly and rhythmically.
I think when they're this careful, you can afford to do that. Ooh. Oh! And it stays up.
Wow.
Nah, that's going to hurt. I think his foot's going to be rather sore.
Wow. That was a big bang. The successful clear will mitigate some of the pain and discomfort.
32.69, good enough to go into 11th place. He's got some mud on the horse's side from his boots. I noticed it earlier with James Kane Berman as well. On his horse's shoulder from the toe of his boot. We had quite a lot of rain here yesterday.
Grant Langley, Forsyth Bengston by Forsyth Berger out of a Polydictus mare. This is a 16-year-old.
Horse very mileage, right up to 150 level. Has been around the Derby a few times. Had a short layoff due to injury. I think he tried to jump out the walker one day, Rogan. He had a lot of stem cell therapy after that. And I've definitely thought since he's made his return to the sport, he's come back calmer, more relaxed, in a better space.
Interesting. That was a good turn back.
The team from Equus Veterinary Practice have been very successful in using stem cell treatment with the horses.
Carla Langley, definitely one of South Africa's elite vets.
Just in case the pupil
goes into the lead.
Just in case pupil Anthony Eckerold thought he was doing quite well there. The master of the trade, Grant Langley, 29.17. Knocks some 35 tenths of a second off that time.
strong group at the top. This is a very competitive class.
Top 3 as it stands. Forsyth Bengston, Grant Langley in first. Tack and Togs Optimus with Anthony Eckerold in second. Third place at the moment, godfather of South African show jumping, it's Barry Taylor on Oxford Super Deluxe. So if they want to make their way onto that podium, they have to be quicker than a time of 30.51. Looking to do just that. Up next is Georgia Scribanti. She brings in number 42, Alteem Derlapi.
Now that panel has caused no trouble in this division. She's rolled the top rail off, got there a little deep and rolled another front rail off.
Don't know how much you've watched of this horse, Rogan, but 2 rails down early on in the track.
Fair enough. They don't hold their form all the time. These horses of George's have maybe done quite a lot of jumping in the very recent past. And, could be that they're looking forward to a small holiday.
Easy through the last line. Finishes confidently in a time of 34.60. It's a turn of Gregory Scott up next, Rogan.
Yes, on his own Callahoo Loretto, a Larrison out of a Contendro mare. Up there, and Grant, I think, acquired them and started breeding, and also took on the name. And it's a long, old tradition of equestrian excellence. And then he's carried it on, and it's lovely to see it alive and going. I hope I have the details of that.
You do. And my wife often has a bit of a go at Grant because he didn't keep more semen from those ponies. It was Forsyth Bannet Boy and Forsyth, I'm trying to think, Grant had 2 Forsyth ponies. Almost used them as our...
They were glorious Welshies, and I understand that you got young children while your wife would be wanting, especially your little girl. She can visualize her on a gorgeous Forsyth Welshie.
On a daughter of Bannet Boy, of course. This horse had an uncharacteristic rail jumping out of the green double, something we don't often see from him. 4 faults just before going through the crossover timing equipment. Comes home in a time of 34.28, but the 4 faults down in the first round. PDL Husqvarna Z up next with Jethro Bauer in the saddle.
Very much a locally bred horse, Hakato Rivaldor, 10-year-old, with the skilled Jethro Bauer in the saddle. Jethro was in the arena earlier on a Larrison, looking spectacular.
And this would be a horse that he knows a lot more than the Larrison that he jumped earlier. He said to me it's a very new partnership that. I think it was its first 130, the horse, this show. So nice to get some background information from Jethro. Hakato.
Watching Jethro clear number 2, which has fallen a bit, he gave the horse space. He was a little further off, and it worked terribly well. The riders might have got there a whisker deep.
Jethro rides PDL Husqvarna Z for owner Victoria Levy. They have a beautiful setup in Summerveld where Jethro does a lot of teaching from. Hope I'm not speaking out of turn, but I think that's where the JBE Equestrian Centre setup is. Easy down on the 7 to the last.
I was just going to say, he's developing a good, positive forward eye.
Carolyn Duprier goes next. It's a turn of number 63, 334 Pearl for the 334 Sport Horse stud.
By the stallion, Pessoa van der Lagerweg, out of a Carlos DZ mare. And no, Govert is very partial to Pessoa blood. So every time there's a mare in the 334 string, know that in the back of Govert's mind is its breeding potential always. Wow. Well done, Carolyn. Is the mare throwing her head around? She has a delicate, fussy mouth.
Carolyn showing a good cool head there. Just to be patient and allow the horse to clear that fence at number 2. Big effort over that oxer. Here, trainer Raina Korba egging her on from the sidelines. Can Carolyn go and upset the apple cart there at the top of the leaderboard at the moment, Rogan? We have 3 gentlemen on the podium so far. Not something we see every day here.
We could use a rose among the thorns. Interesting. Carolyn putting her deep, and in that soft bit, the mare just jumping sky high and looking super.
Big effort there
wow,
at the
Carolyn,
oxer.
good.
Carolyn obviously knows this mare well, Rogan, because
yes,
she's been consistently deep throughout the track. I mean, not there at number 9, but everywhere else where she's had the option. So it's obviously what the horse prefers. A professional like Carolyn, it wouldn't be by mistake.
So nice.
Comes home clear inside that time allowed of 42 seconds, 39.59. Super riding there by Carolyn.
In the field, it puts her 23rd and is creditable performance.
So just 2 riders left to go, first of which we're going to take number 64. It's Callahow's Bolzano de Quincy with Gareth Neal in the saddle for Team Callahow.
Gareth took over the ride on this horse from Bryce McCall and developed it all the way to jump in some big classes. It's had a layoff, I presume, from an injury or an unsoundness.
There was, I think there was an injury that they couldn't quite find, Rogan, but just knowing the horse's natural ability and talent, when he went a little bit off form, Gareth was sure that there was something.
Right.
So I'm not 100% sure what it was, but they did get to the bottom of it eventually. But just hats off to Gareth and his horsemanship to know when something's not right with your horse. And you can see the layoff or whatever they did, horses come back in some fine form. He's looking a real picture, isn't he?
Wonderful. Apparently on the flat he can be quite a handful to ride. Gareth does him well. And doesn't he make it look easy? There he is in a relaxed running martingale. Or is there one?
No martingale.
No martingale.
No martingale.
And a cavesson and a snaffle. Is so good.
He's a horse that uses his body in incredible ways at the fence. Real athlete.
And the two of them look in sync. Gareth reads him well. He responds beautifully to Gareth. This is just a partnership that works.
8 strides to the last. Comes home clear in a time of 35.94. Not good enough for the prizes here today, but an exhibition of note by Gareth Neal and Callahow's Bolzano de Quincy. So, have we saved the best for last? Raina Korba in at number 65. He brings in Afrizan's Callahow Conde Rebel. Rogan, a Bay Concoriano.
I think I'm going to have to start to ignore you, Sten. This is a 9-year-old
I thought you'd started 2 days
out
ago.
of a Lissabon mare. Wow. Just rolled slightly forward at that and towed it.
This horse usually piloted by Katja Riccardi,
Ah, yes.
long-term pupil of Rainer Korber.
And lots of personality, really nice person. We can, while we watch Rainer finish this round, with the pole down, he's not going to be in contention. So we can say that Forsyth, Bengston, and Grant Langley are the winners from Tack and Tog's Optimus, Anthony Eckerold. He'll be delighted. Oxford Super Deluxe, Barry Taylor in a third. Callagher Sequoia Vela and Geordie Byrne fourth. That's all KZN so far.
And three of those, no, Barry Taylor third, representing Johannesburg,
no.
and
Okay.
three of those top four riding out of the Langley Equestrian setup.
There you go. Then Kerry Muir in at fifth with Cortina 2. Then Callagher Heradoan, Kath McFarlane. Seventh, Caprice. We'll start again.
Caprice DBHZ with Sean Neal in
Yes,
seventh.
Yes.
Just going to wait for the officials. Sorry, we are beholden to the officials with our screens and our information here. So we're just waiting for them to tally up and give us the final sheet of results. Another quick class. There you have it, Rogan. So you had up to Sean Neal in seventh on Caprice DBHZ.
Then at eighth, Equine Librium Davenport Caprice, Ivan van der Sade. Ninth going to Foresight Caspian. Courtney Weber again from that successful stables. Kayla Nordier from Gauteng on Lacana Ballard in 10th. Kaldheim's Excalibur, Kathleen Alexandra Selleck in at 11th. 12th, Diamond Dundee, Lara Neal. 13th, KP Quarterlemon, Ryan Andrews having a really good show. 14th, Callagher Laruno, Ivan van der Sade. 15th, Fran Laran Alito, Simon Henry. 16th, Callagher Falvia, Graham Wynn. And at 17th, Nordic Z, James Lowe, filling in the lower placings.
Super results for those top 17 riders here. It was a strong class with 40% of the class jumping clear here this afternoon. So strongly improved competition here today in the 135 division. Give our riders a moment to make their way in for the prize giving. We still have a lot of action lined up for our viewers at home to come today. We have the 142 phase competition coming up. It's the big one of the day. We have 42 starters in that 148 two-phase competition, Rogan, coming up still this afternoon.
So a bigger card than the first 140 class.
And a lot of jumping still to come.
Yeah, some exciting, good jumping. Well, there's the boss from the Plas. Grant Langley heading the lineup. Anthony Eckerold.
Great win for him here today, Grant Langley, but you can see their stable maybe didn't win as many prizes as they usually do because they're a bit perplexed as to where to go for the prize giving here in the arena today. There you go. Barry's pointed him out in the right direction. Barry always knows his way to the lineup.
Been in a few of them, yeah.
There's two places that Barry knows his way to the front of the queue. One is the podium in the arena, and the other is to the dinner table.
Well, that concludes the 135 two-phase competition. Produced some very good jumping.
Judge of the day going out to present Grant Langley and Forsyth Bengston with their first prize rosette. Second place going to Anthony Eckerold, Tack and Tog's Optimus. Well-deserved prize there for him today. Anthony riding a peach of a round. Barry Taylor, Oxford Super Deluxe, finishing in third. Been a lovely outing for Brett Latimer here today. Come watch his horses win some prizes, Rogan.
Yeah, super. Very satisfying.
Fourth place, Geordie Byrne and Callao Sequoia Villa. First lady in the results here today. Lovely riding by Geordie Byrne. Fantastic result for those 4 riders here today. Our cameraman Merritt. Oh, there you go. We do have the 2 other ladies. Our 5th place, Kerry Muir, J.K. Cortina, and 6th place, Kath McFarlane and Callahow's Hira Duayen, making their way into the prize giving.
These top rounds were very good rounds.
Some lovely pictures of those winning horses being brought to you by Merritt, our cameraman. Hard-working team here, the Equilive team, bringing our viewers all the action at home. Look at Bankston standing there, so well behaved, Rogan. You wouldn't say he's as feisty as he is.
He's done it all before.
There you go. Leader of the Langley Equestrian Centre setup, Grant Langley, gets taken around the lap of honour by Forsyth Bankston. Ooh, he's going to have to avoid the tractor along the way. So viewers, that brings to a close our 135 two-phase competition. Don't go anywhere. There's still a lot of jumping to come in that 140 two-phase class. Rogan and I are going to be front and centre for that. We'll be joining you guys shortly.
Lock me up 'cause I've been bad and I know I'll do it again. You're the best I ever had, I'm guilty, I confess. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal. So call us criminals, criminals. Call us criminals, criminals. I've been stealing all your time, but I know that's what you want. I swear the way you blow my mind should be against the law. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on.
Check this out.
Country Life Properties, a boutique real estate company specializing in sales of equestrian properties, sale of residential, agricultural, and country lifestyle estates in the Greater Kyalami area. With years of experience in promoting the country lifestyle, Country Life Properties is proud to be affiliated with the Kyalami Equestrian Park. Baloo Country Estate is a secure estate offering 22 kilometers of scenic bridle trails. We provide country estates to suit all your requirements: extended family living, work from home, or just escape the hustle and bustle. A variety of equestrian properties are offered for the keen equestrian. Contact us or visit our website and let us find the right property for you.
Welcome to Northrand Animal Clinic. I'm Dr. Mike Ross. My partner here is Dr. Mike Last. Northrand Animal Clinic has been present on this site since 1994. We offer more than 100 years of equine experience. Every aspect of equine veterinary work, from lameness workups to sick horses, colics, and we have a full suite of surgical procedures. Our one speciality is that we spend a lot of time looking at lameness and lameness workups. We also have access to MRI and scintigraphy, a full range of orthobiologic treatment, a full range of ambulatory services, and then we offer a full veterinary appraisal prior to auction. And we've been doing this for a couple of studs for 5 or 6 years. We operate in all fields of equines, including racing, show jumping, dressage, cross-country, and even some endurance work. Northrand Animal Clinic is and would like to remain one jump ahead in the sport horse health industry.
Welcome to the world of Midfeeds and Tack and Togs, South Africa's largest animal feed retailer and a haven for equestrian enthusiasts and animal lovers. Friendly and knowledgeable staff are at your service. We pride ourselves in offering a vast range of premium products that we know and trust. Your passion is our passion at Midfeeds and Tack and Togs. Where we lead, others follow.
Lock me up 'cause I've been bad and I know I'll do it again. You're the best I ever had, I'm guilty, I confess. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal. So call us criminals, criminals. Call us criminals, criminals. I've been stealing all your time, but I know that's what you want. I swear the way you blow my mind should be against the law. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. Must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on.
Check this out.
Country Life Properties, a boutique real estate company specializing in sales of equestrian properties, sale of residential, agricultural, and country lifestyle estates in the Greater Kyalami area. With years of experience in promoting the country lifestyle, Country Life Properties is proud to be affiliated with the Kyalami Equestrian Park. Baloo Country Estate is a secure estate offering 22 kilometers of scenic bridle trails. We provide country estates to suit all your requirements: extended family living, work from home, or just escape the hustle and bustle. A variety of equestrian properties are offered for the keen equestrian. Contact us or visit our website and let us find the right property for you.
Welcome to Northrand Animal Clinic. I'm Dr. Mike Ross. My partner here is Dr. Mike Last. Northrand Animal Clinic has been present on this site since 1994. We offer more than 100 years of equine experience. Every aspect of equine veterinary work, from lameness workups to sick horses, colics, and we have a full suite of surgical procedures. Our one speciality is that we spend a lot of time looking at lameness and lameness workups. We also have access to MRI and scintigraphy, a full range of orthobiologic treatment, a full range of ambulatory services, and then we offer a full veterinary appraisal prior to auction. And we've been doing this for a couple of studs for 5 or 6 years. We operate in all fields of equines, including racing, show jumping, dressage, cross-country, and even some endurance work. Northrand Animal Clinic is and would like to remain one jump ahead in the sport horse health industry.
Welcome back, viewers, to this, the 142 phase competition at Waterwoods Equestrian Facility here in the beautiful Midlands. Kicking us off this class, we have Plasticolour's Masterbat Chagori, Michelle Fleming in the saddle. She'll show us the way around this track. Managed to walk Rogan, I think 1, easy 8 like she did there, to the wall at 2. Then the riders make a right turn back to the water tray oxer at 3. Patient 8 strides to the double at 4. Keep moving around to this Waterwoods plank jump at 5. 7 strides. Steady with that big scopy horse to 6. Then they can come inside here, Rogan, to the vertical at 7.
Like she just did.
She gets there easily an 8. It was a big discussion point for the riders, whether they're going to do 8 or 9 to that double. Turns back beautifully to that. 5 strides here to the 3-3-4 oxer at 10. Then the red wall jump that has a vertical above it now at number 11.
And that's going to fall sometimes, but what a good round from Michelle.
Lovely way to start the competition. Clear round in a time of 36.24.
And when people talk about horsemanship, to produce that horse at this age looking as fresh and green and as good as ever is some form of horsemanship. Remarkable. Well done, Michelle.
See, it smiles all round for Michelle there. Oscar Nube goes next. He brings in number 2, Natural Calaho Consigo, Chestnut Concoriano.
That's the theme of the week. Wow.
There you go.
Wow.
Big smiles from Michelle as she walks out past us.
That good round could see her in the money.
Very gentle, that 8 strides to the double. Oscar also finding it a little steady. Looks like his martingale has broken off.
Yeah, that's distracting. piece of tack flapping like that.
8 strides to the double.
He's an experienced man. He should, with a bit of luck, he'll ignore it.
Late rail going down at the Calder Hill equestrian vertical.
And I think that's a hallmark of the design. He puts the verticals at a slight angle, and if you don't square up, they fall so easily.
So the time was good, 35.95, but unfortunately 2 very late rails for Natural Calo Consigo and Oscar Nube. Stacey Lee Weston goes next. It's number 3, Western Farrier's Lure de Mal.
And this is a Consuelo out of a thoroughbred mare by I'm Great. If Stacey's in the mix, everything's more fun. She brings huge energy to everything, and she is nothing if not an incredibly competitive, feisty rider.
Luckily, she saved a lot of energy today because she hasn't been speaking to her husband, Patrick Weston. So she's going to have all the effort in the world to put into the round here today with Lure de Mal.
Sten, you're full of it.
Sure. Stace will go back and watch this round. So I just wanted to say, in Paddy's defense, he wasn't there at the golf in his own vehicle. So he didn't really have a choice. He couldn't get back. Do some mediating on the Western's behalf. What a good shot, Stace.
Very. Super jump at the second to last fence, that oxer.
Stace riding with a bit of chias in her belly, 32.82. Some 4 seconds into the lead, ahead of her good friend, Michelle Fleming.
Very much into the lead, very good.
And that'll be our pace setter for the class. Stacey Lee Weston, Western Farrier's Lure de Mal, clear round, 32.82. The gauntlet has been thrown down for the other riders to chase.
Something of a young star on the scene is this 334 Ham Wilmer, a Cassini mare that's out of a Kidam de Revel mare. An 11-year-old, and had some significant success with Leona already.
Winners of last year's Maple Ridge World Cup, Rogan. Leona's first World Cup win. Again, we see the horses getting up that 8 strides relatively quickly from 3 to 4. It's something that the other riders that will be later in the class are definitely going to take notice of. Leona, however, sticking to the plan, staying on the inside turn there. So I said that there was an option of 8 or 9. I was just mimicking the conversations had by the riders, but we've seen 4 from 4 riders, Rogan, go down in 8 strides to the double here at 8.
Just to change the conversation somewhat, Leona's a rider that does not display the challenges of the horse she's riding. She's so smooth and so simple in her riding that you don't really get an idea. That mare looks quite feisty.
Could say she brings the very best out of the horses and disguises any flaws that they may have, Rogan.
Now Shanae Bean, Equicover Capital Chicane, a 9-year-old gelding by Capital Capriccio out of a Consuelo mare.
And if this is not Shanae's very first 140, it would be one of her first 140 classes. New to this division on her self-produced Equicover's Capital Chicane. Horse with enormous jump, enormous step.
And you may have noticed that Bernardo Costa Cabral relocated almost every fence slightly or significantly, but he's moved the jumps to fresh ground.
You saw how diligently she waited on the 8 strides there from 3 to 4. Super riding by Shanae. Coach Ronnie Healy would have her perfectly prepared for these sort of classes. Presses up beautifully to the oxer at 6. Sticks to the inside line. Seven, 8, 9. Little deep. Works it out. I think that was fantastic plan B riding. The horse really jumped the aquarium jump big and to the left.
Wasn't Shanae positive and made a big ask?
Gets nice and straight to the last. Leaves it up. Comes home clear. 37.91. Good enough to go into 3rd place in the early stages of this competition with 35 riders still to come.
Lure de Mel in the lead in 32.82. Might be a while before we see anybody best that, if at all.
Looking to chase that down. Up next, Shani Swanepoel. She brings in number 6. It's Nickelback de RVZ.
Nabab Derev Chin Chin. And by now, people watching and listening will have noticed how often the same names come up. The top horses are the top horses and produce the top horses.
We saw a horse earlier, Capital Hawk, who had that Nabab Derev line on the dam side. Didn't really suit or didn't really match the normal Nabab mold. However, this horse matches that Nabab mold down to a T, I would say. Kind, scopy, big horse, big trier.
Very plain, just workman.
She sets up on the 9 to that double and does it well. Works well to get the 5 there. Doesn't let the horse get too close to the front rail. Super over the last. 35.86. It's another clear round.
And into 2nd. She'll be pleased with that. That looked like a structured, organized round.
Next up, it's a term of Oropoda Emma, Lorette Knowles-Taylor in the saddle. A horse that has enough jump for a whole string of horses in his armory.
That's big in there. Well done, Lorette.
She goes in 7. She goes in 7.
Yes.
Runs out of a bit of room, jumping out of that double. A little more settled in the 7 strides from 5 to 6 and gives a beautiful shape, jumping that oxer.
A horse you'd like to ride, Stan?
Oh, a horse that I think many would like to ride. I'm not sure if too many people could do as good a job as Lorette. But he really does look like a scopy, careful type. A lot of bounce to his canter. Uses his body in a fantastic way at the fence.
Very much.
After an early rail, Lorette electing to go a little steady around the track.
Absolutely.
Finishes off on a very positive note. The horse jumping beautifully. Someone who I can tell you will not be steady around this track. Nariska Prinsloo Hill up next. And she brings in number 8, GCS Max Pacific NPS.
A 9-year-old stallion by Johnsania Duersa Hagen out of a Darko mare.
Nariska had an outstanding round with this horse yesterday. Unfortunately, left out one of the fences. Number 7. Took our judging team a minute or two to realize.
Took all of us a minute or two. It happened so slickly.
How did he push out of that double?
Super.
She's quick on the inside here.
That was a good ride.
Presses up on the 8.
Oh, and horse gets her out of a tight spot then. And tried to get her out of that tight spot. So it coming a bit unraveled.
Having a small slip around the turn from 8 to 9. Unfortunately, not going to plan towards the end of that track for Nariska, really giving an exhibition until there. Great Barry John Taylor returns, number 9. He brings in Jeep Largo S.
And this is a Cicero van Pamel out of a Poor Boy mare.
He's in some fine form, finished 3rd in the 135s earlier this afternoon. Tiny making up the distance very easily there from 1 to 2. So this looks like it's possibly a Farnham plan, that 7 strides from 3 to 4, Rogan. I'll see whether they adjust that along the way, because it's looking like it's quite hard to get out of that double and leave the front rail up on the 7 strides coming in.
And now the horse settling. He has a good expression, the horse. He looks forwards to his fences.
Always has his ears pricked firmly forward on the job.
So 4 fences falling. Probably not the round Barry had planned or had in mind.
Number 10 goes next. It's a turn of Rotaflow Q Bellissimo Z. Janine Coetzee in the saddle. Bellissimo, 12-year-old by Breitling, Alès, out of a Quidam de Revel mare.
So some of these horses were in a lower division yesterday. Now the rider's moving them up a level to the 140s. Obviously with the championship day in mind on Sunday. There will be some excellent sport here, and apparently the weather is intended to get better.
Big expressive jump over number 1 there by Bellissimo.
Oh, very much. Runs deep and has that behind.
Rogan, you talk about there being good sport planned for the weekend here. Have it on good authority. There's some good sport planned for this evening as well. If you make an appearance at the cocktail party here at Waterwoods. Some young men in fine form last night. I'm pretty sure there'll be much the same. Perhaps joined by their partners here this evening.
More than one team teeing up for a jolt tonight for sure.
Horse running out of a bit of room, jumping out that double. Showing good technique at the Calder Hill Equestrian Vertical.
Squared up well for the last and clears that, about 3 fences down, so won't be in the prize money at all. Now Oliver Bishop and Gaucho Dema, this son, progeny of Verdi, 14-year-old.
For some of our viewers who wouldn't know and have noticed that earlier we had Oriopo de Emma with Lorette Knowles-Taylor. Now we have Gaucho de Emma, that de Emma stud suffix belonging to Sancho Fuhrman's breeding program in Europe.
Right.
Oliver went overseas on his own, doing some horse shopping. Purchased this horse. Very confident, obviously, in his own abilities and what he likes and doesn't like, to go shopping without someone on the ground, Rogan.
Yes, he's a focused young man, and he's certainly a quiet young man, but I think a lot going on.
Well, if you throw the odd deer down his throat, Rogan, he can spice up a little.
Okay.
Has a very successful panel beating business. Loves a good afternoon fishing.
Oh, wow.
In the river, on the dam, or out at sea. And can ride a motorbike faster than most.
Oh, really?
And we could add a hell of a nice guy as well.
Yeah, very much.
So an early rail at number 3 means he finishes on 4 faults. Silky smooth round though by Gaucho de Emma and Oliver Bishop.
Yeah, talented rider. We skip now to number 13, Ashley Healy, Hausberger's Sir Crumble. This is a 10-year-old stallion by Crumble.
Sir Crumble, Rogan, was purchased as a young 4-year-old from Holger Herzl by the Healys for Ashley, by the Hausbergers.
Holger Herzl, yeah.
He is by L.B. Crumble, out of a mare called Cosmopolitan, who is a daughter of Cassell.
Cassell, okay, that's where the Cassell is.
Ashley has produced this horse, I think, from 4 years old or 5 years old. Obviously, had Ronnie Healy in the saddle for a short period when Ash was in fall. But there you have it. Class, class.
And into second place.
Equitation at speed without even looking like it.
No, super. Now, Shanley Rain Marshall brings in Callahoo for Tasca. This is a 13-year-old by For Joy out of a Kidems Reuben mare. what a useful horse this Fortaska is, and how well Shanley gets a tune out of Fortaska.
Shanley, new mother, recently had a baby. Her and Simon enjoying parenthood to the fullest. See, they have their youngster here. And as you say, Rogan, Fortaska, a real competitive horse.
Yeah, lovely. Really, really a lovely animal. And I think if Shanley rode that again, she'd be slightly quieter, give the horse space to clear 8B. Direct Balubé Drouet is next. Oh no, sorry, it's Daniela Smith. And she brings in a 15-year-old Berlin out of a Sam R mare.
Rogan, a horse that looked like it was full of the joys of life yesterday. A little bit fresh and keen. A professional like Daniela would have done her homework yesterday. I'm sure we'll see a much more polished performance by this pair here today.
Yes, definitely. It's looking smoother and easier and less fresh today.
Definitely a lot more organized.
So Bernardo wanting the riders to square up and jump everything straight and in the middle. And if you don't, you pay a little price.
Run into a little trouble.
And the angled verticals tempt you to just be at a slight angle to the fence.
Horse running out of a bit of room there in the 5, looking like getting a bit strong towards the end of the track. Kevin Vessels was just complimenting us on a good job, or a job well done here, Rogan. Suggested show holding body should be organizing certain beverages here along the way. I must say, I didn't realize my wife spiked our drinks earlier. That hot chocolate that I had was full of amarula, apparently. I thought it was just maybe the milk was a bit weird.
What a good idea.
So if I sounded a bit...
Perfect for the weather. Jean Corbett back again, this time with Callahert Tilana. This is a Tilana van het Rithof out of an Argentinus mare, 9-year-old.
As we said throughout the day, yesterday and today, that Argentinus dam line that Callahert boasts, so successful in the sport. She's a real little firecracker, is Callahert Tilana. A massive part of Jean's success in 2024.
There's the 8. Makes that very easy for the mare.
I think the 8 is the more calculated approach there, Rogan. I think the 7...
a safer option.
7 gets a little bit... If it was a single fence, for sure the 7. But just rolling into that slightly shorter double. I think the wise option is just staying a little more collected on the 8.
Chances are the riders will give each other feedback or watch and pass on the info and then change the ride. Big there, little off and touches the back rail going in.
The positive 8 from 7 to 8 though has worked for the riders here.
One has to really enjoy and admire Bernardo Costa Cabral. You go around, touch a rail, have a good round. It looks straightforward, but it's hard to jump clears and easy to make a subtle error. No crashes, no disasters, but if you're not alert, down goes a pole.
Here's one of the more well-behaved husbands of the show, Rob Fleming. His wife, Michelle, enjoying some great success. I believe he wasn't one of the latecomers back from the golf course yesterday. He was right on form. Good family man is Rob. Graham Wynn starting his way on track now. Callao Vivaldi.
This is the horse with whom he has a very strong relationship. He's produced this horse from the bottom to now.
Rogan, just touching again on your comment about Bernardo's course design. I used the word or the adjective educated in his course planning. Nothing is done by mistake. You see that 3 to 4 that Graham has just ridden, steady 8 strides from 3 to 4. And that's in the first section or first phase of the class where the riders aren't going against the clock. And then now after this jump number 6, where they turn right to 7, the 8 strides is much more flowing to the double, encouraging that fast-paced run-off tempo. Graham did say he was going to do the 9. And like the master,
And
he
does it well.
Does it according to the textbook. And there you go, that angle of the vertical catching the horses out.
Absolutely.
Rogan. You called it early on. I think the rider that we saw ride that the best so far was Stacey. Currently sits in pole position on Western Farrier's Lure de Mal.
Did it perfectly.
So 16 having started, 23 left to go. We currently have 5 clear rounds. Clear round percentage sitting at 31%. Looking to add to those percentages, Kayla Nordia goes next. She brings in number 20, Capital Hope. A horse originally purchased by Chris van der Merwe and his team from the Capital Stud auction and produced. And then sold on to Kayla. We see Kayla Rogan, I said she's one of the major talents on the circuit at the moment, but what she has done so well at is purchasing horses from professionals, top professionals, and being able to improve them.
That's very impressive.
Not to say that those professionals in their own right wouldn't have improved the horses along the way as well, but it's very difficult to step into the shoes of someone like Chris van der Merwe and improve a horse along the same graph as the horse's production was going.
So she went on the 8th to 4 A and B, had it down. The horse is slightly onward bound.
Superb body control through that double at 8 by Kayla. Real hallmark of her riding.
You wonder how much the vaulting background that the Hertenbachs had has contributed to their very good body control. I've no doubt it has.
Lovely to see Kayla's husband on the far side there, watching on closely. Looks heavily invested. Gives a shake of the head as she goes through the finish line. Next up, it's the turn of Leona van der Merwe. It's number 21, 334 Capital Katori. A mare slight in stature, but let me tell you, she has it all. Speed, care, and scope. She's won some of the fastest jump-offs that we've seen around this country.
Wonderful progeny of Katoki, who's really left his mark on world sport. And then has the added advantage of being out of a My Lord Carthago mare, the horse that the French lady rode so well.
A horse that was meant for Leona. They purchased this horse off the Capital auction, the Capital Stud auction, produced the horse, sold her to Caitlin Lepart, and along the way the horse was purchased back for Leona by the 334 stud. So a horse really made for her, and you can see just why as she speeds her way around this track.
That's as good as Stacey Lee was. That turn.
And this horse is quick. 32.82 is what she's chasing down. I don't know that she's going to have it. 32.97. So slips in just behind her good friend Stacey Lee Weston into second place for Leona van der Merwe and 334 Capital Katori.
Making Stacey's round look even better, and Stacey's on standby.
We've seen Stacey come in and take a big breath of relief there. Rogan, do you want me to say this or are you going to? Next up, we have Hamza Minty, and he brings in number 37. It's Kalaho Karida Dirabal. A chestnut, Rogan, by Concoriano.
I'm going to focus on something else. There, giving Stacey a very hard time in these first couple of fences. Also probably settle now. Let's see what she looks at as she comes round the corner after this green double.
What?
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on.
Check this out.
Country Life Properties, a boutique real estate company specializing in sales of equestrian properties, sale of residential, agricultural, and country lifestyle estates in the Greater Kyalami area. With years of experience in promoting the country lifestyle, Country Life Properties is proud to be affiliated with the Kyalami Equestrian Park. Baloo Country Estate is a secure estate offering 22 kilometers of scenic bridle trails. We provide country estates to suit all your requirements: extended family living, work from home, or just escape the hustle and bustle. A variety of equestrian properties are offered for the keen equestrian. Contact us or visit our website and let us find the right property for you.
Welcome to Northrand Animal Clinic. I'm Dr. Mike Ross. My partner here is Dr. Mike Last. Northrand Animal Clinic has been present on this site since 1994. We offer more than 100 years of equine experience. Every aspect of equine veterinary work, from lameness workups to sick horses, colics, and we have a full suite of surgical procedures. Our one speciality is that we spend a lot of time looking at lameness and lameness workups. We also have access to MRI and scintigraphy, a full range of orthobiologic treatment, a full range of ambulatory services, and then we offer a full veterinary appraisal prior to auction. And we've been doing this for a couple of studs for 5 or 6 years. We operate in all fields of equines, including racing, show jumping, dressage, cross country, and even some endurance work. Northrand Animal Clinic is and would like to remain one jump ahead in the sport horse health industry.
So we'll be looking at first round is in on the break for Lauren Notorious, followed by Tony Strauss, Hill Hilfitas and John Lower as the first five.
So, into the arena. At number 22, it's Lauren Pretorius, and very grateful to have received the message that the grey that Lauren had much success with was Capital Leonid. The name had escaped Sten and I, and very grateful to have received that. Thank you, whoever sent that in. I haven't had a chance to identify the sender yet. Here's Lauren on Capital Cashmere. This is a blood horse. It's an 11-year-old. It's progeny of Capital Colnado out of a Belmondo mare, full of good canter, very feisty and energetic. Lauren going up a level today. Beautiful opening jump. You'll notice the jumps at subtle angles that require the rider to really ride their turns and to present 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The ideal ride, so good. Jumped out of that 4B very well, which has caught a few riders. Seven there. Now comes the straightening up for this as the speed starts. That's kind of put there for that. Here's another fence that you've got to be guarded, easy to fall in and get too deep. Rubs it but leaves it. One fence left to go, one fence down. Good round into 10th place. 33% clear rounds in this competition thus far. Just a pole going here, pole going there. A favourite horse now is number 24, Nariska Prinsloo Hill, GCS Max, Oregon Van Bishop. This is an 11-year-old stallion by Hunter Skendro out of Nabab Derev mare. Glorious looking horse. The deep stride to number 3 helped with the steady 8 to 4A and B. So there's still time to straighten before the timed part of this competition starts now. And that fence has caused problems. It is a test. If you want to be competitive, you've got to angle it. If you angle it, you risk having it down. Super jump over that last oxer as you come to the final vertical. And she leaves that up. Just the 4 penalties in 32.82. The winning time, 32.82. So her time very much in touch. Helen Kritikos from Grant Langley's Foresight base. Here she's on Callao, Liberia. Lisbon, Argentinas, a 14-year-old. Liberia looking keyed up. And Helen calmly chatting to her. She knows her partner so well. They're great partnership, this. They've had multiple successes. That's not the first horse to have performed in that corner. So the placement of the jump filler, absolutely getting the horses. Liberia pretty worked up. She's on 15 seconds before she goes into time penalty. She'll know that. Cleverly coming from the other rein. 8 seconds, 7, 6. She's got to get 4 seconds to get through the start. And did. I think she's safe for time. A little hair-raising that moment. Super. Here starts the speed and the first dangerous vertical at an angle. Beautifully done. Rolls to that double very well, leaves it up. Here's a danger. Then the 5 strides. This is looking good. Stops the clock in, not sure, the time kept running. So she went into 4th place in 39 seconds. Thought that was wrong, 33.67. And that puts them into 4th place. Thought it was in touch. The winning time, 32.82 from Western Farrier's Lure de Mel. John Bauer now. Ebon Flow, Brannick, Cabana Boy. This is the Consuelo out of an Ulio mare, a 10-year-old. John has a very laid-back, understated way of riding. And so we have fairly inexperienced arena staff who are picking up droppings. John saw the horse, the man behind the jump. He was shouting at it, distracted John from seeing his stride, so he stopped and fell off at number 3. Now it's going to be interesting to see what the judges do. In theory, what he should have done was put his hand up, asked the judges to stop the clock, and they remove the arena party and then signal for him to go. So in that quick moment, he made the wrong decision. He shouted at the men and tried to keep going, and that destroyed his moment. The horse stopped, he fell off, and that's the competition over for him. I I don't know if the judges could have rang the bell for him and stopped him, but the rider is meant to raise the hand and say it's not possible for him to jump the jump. They stop the clocks, restart the clocks when everything's right, and set them on their way again. Just one of those unlucky moments, and this is a new venue, new arena party, and mistakes are so easily made. So very sorry all round for everyone concerned in that moment. So we've got Andrew Olaf next. Denton Horsebox's Count Cosmo. This is a 15-year-old by Cupido Z, an imported stallion into South Africa out of a Shiraz mare. So this horse bred here, and Andrew's put together over time a good partnership with this horse. He'd be technical, he's got a slightly tricky mouth. Andrew's business, Pegasus Wealth Management. He's an investment advisor, runs a strong practice, and is now also producing and selling horse boxes. And so he's one of those that doesn't let grass grow under his feet, along with his partner, Alex. And just to take a look at the bit, it's a gag action with a soft nylon or rubber mouthpiece. And it follows the horse's mouth. When it lifts its head, the bit goes into the corner of the mouth and puts a tiny bit of pressure on the pole, so it displaces the load. Super opening jump. Quite a natural all-round sportsman, Andrew. Always fit. And he can make the job very easy and pleasant for the horses. Seven waiting strides, beautifully done. Good rolling 8 there. Wow, this is super. Just the last fence. And what a good round. Super round. Andrew Olaf, Denton Horsebox's Count Cosmo. 8th place, and he will be delighted. That horse is upper level. Now Ryan Andrews has a big riding setup in the west of Johannesburg. KP Endorphin by Eldorado van der Zeshoek out of a Lorino mare, 7-year-old. Ryan can boast that he bred this horse himself. Part of the portfolio he offers annually, so he has a smart crop of foals, usually by some of the top seamen available. The riders have 45 seconds from the time the bell rings to get through the start flags, or they incur time penalties. This horse trying very hard, going high. It's a green horse, newish at this level. Good jumping so far. Here comes the speed section, and he's taking a wide, conservative approach, this being an inexperienced horse at this level. Slightly too positive at 8A, and pays the price, has it down. So on 4 penalties. just the last vertical to jump. Achieves that in 41.78 into 18th place. Jethro Barr having a good show. He's on number 29. Fee Fi Fo Fum by Capital Zunako out of To Be or Not to Be Mare. This is a 12-year-old. Very nicely through that green double. Disheartening for any rider to have number one down. Got to keep your focus and keep your momentum. But it's kind of like the competition is over for you as you hear that fatal noise of number one going down. Second ride in a row to be a victim of 8A. That was Jethro Barr. Number 30 not starting, Kimberly. Oh, she's here. I missed her. I was looking at the in-gate. Kimberly Williamson and Callagher Corina, 11-year-old mare by Corinth.
Corinth Rogan, out of a lovely Argentina's dam line.
You can tell everybody all about this. You were at the start of this partnership.
She was purchased by Chris van der Merwe off the Callow auction. I think Conrad Ferree was involved with the horse. They sold her to Cape Town, where things went a little bit awry. She seemed to enjoy the paddock more than the arena at that time. She came back up to Polokwane or Vivo, where Chris van der Merwe did a bit more work with her. And then Kim purchased her as a 110 horse. I had to force Kim to buy this horse. She's had a very successful partnership with the mares so far. They are our current Gauteng champions, 140 champions. Beautifully weighted on the 8 there to 4 by Kim. Kim holds her body well at the oxer there. I would say one of the trickiest things about this mare, Rogan, would be her keenness to get the job done. Sticks to the plan on the 9 there to the double at 8. Jumps it very well. Possibly getting a little flat there to the vertical.
Yes, those two verticals are put there for exactly that.
And you called it at the beginning of the class. You called it, Rogues.
Tough to jump them and tough to clear them.
So not the round she would have really wanted. Is he experimenting with a new bit setup in Kim and Karina? Possibly the horse towards the end of the track getting a little strong for Kim. The curb chain that she has behind that horse's jaw is wrapped in a very big rubber covering.
So delicate.
So really soft,
delicate.
Yeah.
Now, Courtney Weber will probably have seen Stacey Lee Weston go. She'll know what she's got to do, and she's a girl that can do it on this 14-year-old Opal de la Bastide by Oswald de la Bastide out of a Polydictus mare.
So, interesting piece of information for our viewers at home. That Polydictus mare, although this horse out of the same stable setup, the horse belonged to Shelley Moore. It's a completely different mare, the Polydictus van der Helle mare, not the same mare
Okay.
that the rest of Grant's horses are out of. So Kwamel du Verfat, not this horse's mother, but they do share the same dam line.
Right.
This horse was placed
Now
in its
let's
very
watch how she
first.
does this vertical.
Got to get straight enough that the horses don't jump over their shoulder. 5, 6, 7, 8. Here, Courtney
Perfectly
using her
judged,
voice.
comes out of the double to the right. She's on song.
She's quick.
Always.
Stacey's going to be holding her breath. We've seen that ponytail go horizontal once or twice.
29, 30, 31. Stops the clock. 33.07. The winning time 32.82.
So just 0.2 of a second off that leading time, but Courtney Webber goes into third place, Rogan.
One hair out of the blonde ponytail, and then you're either first or third.
Big smiles from the Langley Equestrian team there. They've had a good outing here today, much improved from yesterday's performances.
This is good sport here at 334. Good competition, hot sport. It's been very exciting to watch.
Some of South Africa's very finest displaying their skills here. Ivan van der Sade goes next. He brings in PM Carinya, number 32 on the program. Presses up to the Oxer at 6. Mare jumps beautifully. A chestnut from Callahoo, that's why I'm hoping.
I'm
right.
going to drop into you that nothing creates eating more humble pie than equestrian sport.
No, there is something that's more that it makes you eat more humble pie than equestrian sports, I think, and it's equestrian breeding.
Well, that too. But my humble pie usually sits just behind my epiglottis.
Jackie Cochran up next. She brings in number 38, Rivendell Zoid. Am I right in saying Jackie's first appearance in the ring today, Rogan?
Think so. I do think so.
Well
Deep
done
there.
Well done,
Yeah,
Zoid. Really
good.
backed up. Jackie
Yep.
gave her time to wait to that double. Rivendell Zoid by Rivendell Chancellor out of a Lorino mare.
Chancellor now in Ireland with the Morrison family.
The super talent that is Matt Morrison.
Yes.
Another horse that finds that aquarium fence, which, strangely enough, we didn't see fall that often in the beginning of the class, Rogan.
No.
Seems to have fallen
Yes.
more
Yes.
often towards the end. Listen to that horse sort of biting the bit,
Yep.
wanting to get
Yep,
down to the
yep.
fence. She really loves her job. Sort of grabs the bridle and says, "Come with me, Jackie."
Yes.
Possibly getting
Three
a little
down,
strong
but,
towards the end.
They're not regulars in the 140 level. I think they'll settle in the 140s and be very competitive.
Cornerstone's Midgard Zakiro up next. Divan Bosman in the saddle.
Divan skipped a jump in the first class, so that gonged them out for taking the wrong track. This is his second outing. He's got a massive fan club, of which I'm a member. Here he is with Cornerstone's Midgard Zakiro, a Consuelo Glux Cup. And he is smooth and cool.
Join the team, Rogan. I'm also a massive fan. Anton Hook has produced a fantastic jockey in Divan. And
tell him to wait.
Don't worry, Rogues. Chris van der Merwe, Superman himself, is on it. Interesting fact for our viewers at home, Rogan. Midgard Zingaro, that we saw jump around Derby with Carolyn Chalchinsky.
Yes.
Full sibling to Midgard Zakiro. I've been waiting about 3 weeks to throw that little piece of information out there since I found out.
Invaluable. He's giving the horse a very nice ride, giving it time to jump.
As he always does. I saw their last few fences in the warm-up arena, looking very polished.
Okay, let's see how he manages this turn.
I think trademark of his riding has been how tight he can
Beautifully
turn up
done.
to the fences with Zakiro.
Comes out of the double to the right, spins round the corner to this. Perfect.
Whoa.
Wait for it. Very good.
Stacey's under pressure here.
He's on 27, 28, 29, 30.
I think she's safe. Is she? 32.64. He's done it.
Into the lead by a cat's whisker.
0.2 of a second, not even, just
Into the
short
lead.
of.
Well, that's Divan at his best, at his finest.
And
Absolutely wonderful.
I wonder if that isn't down to Stacey Weston's lack of sleep due to bad behavior on her husband's part last night.
Do you know that I'm sitting with Sten, and all I can assure the listeners is that he struggles to put his wooden spoon away. And he whips it out at the slightest provocation.
Paddy will be thanking me later. On track now, we have Leona van der Merwe. It's Matilda 334.
Well, it's this and Hamza Mindy that can take it away from Divan, who's now in the lead by a couple of hundredths of a second.
Matilda by Maestro van der Bishop out of a Raphael mare. She's had an early rail, uncharacteristic early rail, and you see
Leona a little quiet to number 3, and the horse touched it down, and then again. So
see
she's
Leona
not
raise her hand.
100% pleased with how it's feeling. Out she goes. So there's one rider that can take it away from Divan and Stacey Lee.
And he really is capable too. It's the superstar youngster Hamza Minty, our current Philip Smith winner. He brings in the very talented Callagho Conray, number 42.
He's won just about everything there is to win in junior and young rider competitions in South Africa. He is feisty and focused. A Concariano Stolzenberg here, an 11-year-old gelding. And an interesting development has taken place. John Bowers coming back in. Did you see what happened to
I didn't.
to
I was
him?
in the warm-up arena, Rogan.
So I'll tell you quickly before Hansa starts. He was cantering towards number 3, and they were picking up droppings behind number 3. He shouted at them and then crashed into the jump and stopped. So he was definitely distracted quite correctly by the arena party. And I was saying what the correct thing is, when you see you can't continue on your normal track, you're meant to stop, put your hand up. The judges then stop the clocks and let you start again. So the judges should also have rung the bell when they saw the arena party. And this is a new show venue, so some of the arena party are a little inexperienced. They made a completely forgivable, natural mistake.
Hamza's just had the back rail down of 4B, Rogan.
Wow.
So that means that Divan Bosman takes the win here in the 140 A2 two-phase competition. Just a little bit of insight to John Bauer returning. The judges have allowed him to return HC. I don't know if you already said that. Sorry, I was looking at a message. So he's coming back HC.
Okay. Just to recover from the crash and stop.
Absolutely.
And he fell off.
So he'll be non-competitive, but he will have a chance now to cant around the track.
Very nice call
Very
by
kind.
the show holding body, yeah. And I'm sorry for him. That was an innocent accident on everybody's part. It just happened so quickly.
Conray showing his class there, going in 6 strides in the 5. Looking very classical over the oxa.
So that definitely gives the result. First to Zakiro, second to Lua Demel. And those were 2 hot rounds and rides.
Very. We're just waiting for the officials to tally up those final results and put them on our screen for us, Rogan. There you have it. Divan Bosman, Cornerstones, Midgard, Zakiro take the win. Western Farriers, Lure de Mal, Stacey Lee Weston in second. Leona van der Merwe, never find her far away from the podium. There she is in third. 334 Capital Katori. Courtney Weber, Opal Deliba Steed in fourth. Callagho Corrida de Rebel, Hamza Minty in fifth. Callagho Liberia, Helen Kritikos in sixth. Ashley Healy, Hausberger's Sir Crumble in 7th. Nickelback to IVZ, Shani Swanepoel.
So I don't know if you saw that
8th.
in the reading, but the horse had
did.
a hesitation at the water train, had it down, jumped it, but I would say that the moment rattled both of them.
Can I tell you, Rogan, that I saw the horse jump yesterday? He didn't look himself. I didn't think yesterday that he looked himself.
I've just heard the owner shout out, keep going. So John will probably make the most of the training opportunity and carry on. Let's hope it resolves easily. Okay, John's coming out. He's jumped another vertical and he seems contented. And that's one of those unlucky, unhappy moments. So he's going back to number 3.
Take another shot at number 3. Well,
boy, it hasn't been his fence or his class, whatever way you look at it.
3 from 3.
Sorry, John.
Very unfortunate there. Like I say, the horse didn't quite look himself yesterday, Rogan. So there we have it for the viewers. Our top 11, Cornerstones, Midgard, Zakira in first, Western Ferris, Ludemel in second, 334 Capital Katori in third, Opal Delibastide fourth, fifth was Calaho Corrida de Rebel, sixth Calaho Liberia, seventh Hausberger's Sir Crumble, eighth Nickelback de RVZ, ninth Plastic Colors Masterbatch Chagori we saw go out first, 10th Denton Horsebox's Count Cosmo. And rounding out our prizes, it's Equicover Capital Chicane and Shanae Bean. Massive congrats to all those riders in the tickets here this afternoon. Very exciting class, Rogan.
All those were clear and they were quick. 5 seconds between first and 10th or 11th. But the top 2 were separated by hundredths of a second.
Divan Bosman showing his class amongst the adult division here. Youngster bringing home the win this afternoon.
He is remarkable. And testimony to Bernardo Costa Cabral. He produced some outstanding riding and jumping. Quite a test. The winners of this class, very valid.
So viewers, there we have it. The main man himself, it's Merritt from EquiLive, bringing us all the action shots from inside the arena. Divan Bosman, Midgard Zakiro taking pole position here in the 140 competition in 2 phases. Divan and Hamza Minty, the 2 youngsters in the group, 2 gentlemen, 2 young gentlemen, showing some fine form this show. We have Sandy Cox, judge for the day, going out to hand out the prizes to our riders and horses. Stacey Lee Weston, she led for so long in the class. Western Farriers, Lure de Mal, what a mare she is. Put in a fine performance here today.
Stacey banking a very nice 3,500 Rand for a fairly light afternoon's work for her.
Third was Capital 334, Capital Katori and Leona van der Merwe. On your screens now, we have fourth place, Courtney Webber, Opal Delabastide, silky smooth round from her.
In the region of a very worthwhile 15,000 Rands prize money, put up by Waterwoods and the 334 stud.
Fifth place, there we have it, going to Callao Corrida de Rebel, Hamza Minty. And rounding out our prizes on foot, we have Helen Kritikos and Callao Liberia, lovely daughter of Lissabon. Divan with a big cheesy smile on his face is going to lead them off on a lap of honor.
And it's a chance to thank Govert Triggle for the sport here, the 334 stud. His wife, Aisling, who has never stopped working. She's doing what looked to me like 18-hour days.
Rogan, to the extent that she has scratched all her horses from the show and decided it was more important to make sure that the show was a success for all the competitors. So big hats off to her and the team.
The Triggles make a formidable team.
So viewers, that brings to a close our show jumping here today at Waterwoods. We're in for a treat this evening, Rogan. There's a cocktail party now starting straight after the last classes of the day here. Viewers, tomorrow we're going to be kicking off at 8 o'clock in the morning with our 110 Pony Rider two-phase competition, followed by our 130 Junior Champs and Rising Star event. It's then our 130 Championship class, followed by the 130 Bronze Tour Grand Prix, and then not to be missed, Rogan, our 6-bar competition, which is sure to bring some excitement to the arena here at Waterwoods.
So a packed day full of good sports starting at 8 tomorrow morning.
So we hope all our viewers will join us for a full packed day of show jumping. We hope you've enjoyed the jumping with us here today. It's been fantastic sport. Massive shout out to the 334 team for putting on such an event. We hope you've enjoyed it as much as us. Have a good evening, and we'll see you in the morning.
Lock me up 'cause I've been bad and I know I'll do it again. You're the best I ever had, I'm guilty, I confess. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal. So call us criminals, criminals. Call us criminals, criminals. I've been stealing all your time, but I know that's what you want. I swear the way you blow my mind should be against the law. Blue lights, red lights, we gon' get real wild tonight. Blue lights, red lights, with you. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal. It must be illegal, illegal. Anything that feels this good, well it must be illegal.
Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on.
Check this out.
Country Life Properties, a boutique real estate company specializing in sales of equestrian properties, sale of residential, agricultural, and country lifestyle estates in the Greater Kyalami area. With years of experience in promoting the country lifestyle, Country Life Properties is proud to be affiliated with the Kyalami Equestrian Park. Baloo Country Estate is a secure estate offering 22 kilometers of scenic bridle trails. We provide country estates to suit all your requirements: extended family living, work from home, or just escape the hustle and bustle. A variety of equestrian properties are offered for the keen equestrian. Contact us or visit our website and let us find the right property for you.
Welcome to Northrand Animal Clinic. I'm Dr. Mike Ross. My partner here is Dr. Mike Last. Northrand Animal Clinic has been present on this site since 1994. We offer more than 100 years of equine experience. Every aspect of equine veterinary work, from lameness workups to sick horses, colics, and we have a full suite of surgical procedures. Our one speciality is that we spend a lot of time looking at lameness and lameness workups. We also have access to MRI and scintigraphy, a full range of orthobiologic treatment, a full range of ambulatory services, and then we offer a full veterinary appraisal prior to auction. And we've been doing this for a couple of studs for 5 or 6 years. We operate in all fields of equines, including racing, show jumping, dressage, cross country, and even some endurance work. Northrand Animal Clinic is and would like to remain one jump ahead in the sport horse health industry.
Your passion is our passion at Midfeeds and Tack and Togs. Where we lead, others follow.